Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Obito Sensei in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Obito Sensei Chapter 59. Black Skies and Red Clouds. She'd done it. She'd done it. Sakura wasn't someone who sang or danced, but in the wake of the Akatsuki's meeting she felt like she should. As some members filed out of the room and others stayed behind to discuss the meeting with one another, she had to resist the urge to leap out of her chair with joy. This was just short of the hardest proof she could ever possibly get that Itachi Uchiha had been lying. He really hadn't kidnapped Fu on behalf of Rain. The nation didn't have a Jinchuriki, and wasn't even that interested in getting one. It had taken more than a year, but her mission had been a success. "What's your proposal going to be?" Haku asked, and Sakura jumped, turning towards him. He looked honestly curious, and no too. "Does it involve the hidden leaf?" "It does," Sakura confirmed. "But to be honest, I'd rather not tell you until I know if it's approved or not." "Is that okay?" "It makes me more curious," Haku said with a soft grin. "But if it's your idea, it should be a good one." Looking at Haku's grin, Sakura slightly amended her existing plan. "We'll see," she said with a shrug. "Should I just approach them, or?" "It looks like they're coming here," No noted. Sakura followed her gaze to find Konan steadily approaching their cluster of chairs. She steeled herself, trying and failing to keep the excitement off her face. "Did you enjoy the meeting, Sakura?" Konan asked, and she had to nod. "It was fascinating," Sakura said truthfully. "I've never heard, well, I've discussed this sort of thing before, but I've never heard it put so comprehensively. Yahiko in particular, I never thought he would speak like that." "Oh, it's a little embarrassing to him," Konan said with a grin. "He has a talent for speaking, but he prefers to keep it more casual outside of meetings. He's scared people away before." "I can imagine," Sakura muttered. "I think you're entirely correct to attempt to displace Sand. I felt I should have agreed, but I didn't want to interrupt just to show approval." "That was the right decision," Konan confirmed. "I'm sure you noticed that few members believe it's a worthy contribution to simply show assent." She cocked her head. "You think the Hokage will go along?" "I think he will," Sakura confirmed. "And actually, my proposal is related to that. When will be a good time to meet with you and the other Amekage about it?" Konan nodded with obvious approval. "Within the hour, if you can," she said. "Can I bring anyone?" Sakura asked, and the Amekage raised an eyebrow. "Do you intend to?" she said. When Sakura nodded, she shrugged. "That would be your decision as a member of the Akatsuki. Complete agency." Sakura wasn't sure how she felt about that. She noticed Haku eyeing her out of the corner of her eye. "Do you need company?" he asked, and Sakura suppressed a blush. "Not like that," she said. Haku had a curious look, and it grew more open as she spoke. "I want Naruto and Sasuke there as well. It's gonna involve them. But not me," Haku said, half teasing and half serious. Sakura smiled uncertainly. "You too," she said. "I don't want anyone to feel left out. But there's some stuff I want to discuss with the Amekage in my original team. Is that okay?" To her shock, Haku hesitated. He'd seemed fine since they'd gotten back, but Sakura now saw a fragile core to him that she'd never been able to detect before. As he uncharacteristically paused, Sakura realized a lot more had hinged on her delicate but nonetheless carefree question than she'd assumed. "I understand," he said after a moment. "But you'll tell me afterwards." "Of course," Sakura promised. She surprised herself by leaning forward and touching his hand, and Haku stiffened. "You'll be the first to know." "Adorable," No said dryly, and both Sakura and Haku jumped. "You've only got an hour. You better go find Naruto and Sasuke if you're planning to drag them along, Sakura. They could be anywhere." Sakura looked to both Haku and Konan for permission to leave, and they both gave it. "All right," she said, springing up. "Thank you. I'll see you in an hour." She walked as fast as was polite out of the chamber, greeting people in passing, her mind racing. This could work, she thought as she left the building and made her way out into the light rain. This could work, this could work, this could work. Now, everyone could win. Sakura was sure of it, so sure that she started discounting the negative possibilities before her mind could latch onto them as it usually did. If she went in sure of the outcome, Sakura thought, it would turn out alright. ####. Sakura tracked down Naruto in about 20 minutes, and Sasuke in 30. Worried about being late to her meeting, they all returned to the Amekige's tower with 20 minutes to spare. An older Chunin with dull green hair led them to a casual meeting room with several chairs and bid them to wait, and so they did. Sakura and Sasuke had both come in their full shinobi uniform, but Naruto had been coming home from the hospital and was just in a casual t-shirt and pants. He hadn't bothered to change. So for some time they waited and talked, and Sakura tapped her foot against the carpet incessantly as an internal pressure mounted. "That's a new one," Sasuke noted. Sakura jerked towards him. "Usually when you're nervous you just scrunch your face up. Is it annoying?" Sakura asked. They'd all taken different chairs around the room which faced the center, and she stopped her foot as she spoke. Sasuke shook his head. "Just different. Maybe you should walk around a little," he suggested, leaning back. "I don't want to be standing when they get here," Sakura said, and Naruto laughed. "It could be disrespectful." "You're thinking too much," Naruto said. "Relax. You're already in the Akatsuki. I doubt they'll care if you're standing or not." "That meeting sounded really cool, you know." "It really was," Sakura confirmed. "I hope I get to see more." "Do you think you'll get the chance?" Naruto asked. It could have been biting, but he made it sincere. Sakura nodded. "I hope so," she said, and as she did the door opened. Team 7 turned, and the Amekage entered with Yahiko at the front. "Well," he said, and Sakura was once again thrown by the difference between the easygoing and effortlessly charismatic man he was in person compared to the highly formal and professional revolutionary leader he'd presented at the meeting. "This seems familiar. I don't think it's been the 6 of us in one place since the night you all arrived here, has it?" Sakura rose and bowed, followed by Sasuke and Naruto, and Yahiko rolled his eyes. "Please, Sakura. You're a member of the Akatsuki now. We're equals." "Then I'll bow as your equal," Sakura said. Yahiko laughed. "Good enough, I guess." He sat down, and Konan and Nagato followed his lead. It was 3 facing 3 now, and Sakura couldn't help but note the overwhelming symmetry of the room. "Well, I'm glad to see you all. What was your proposal, Sakura?" "We're all excited to hear it." Sakura took a deep breath. "Right to it. There wasn't any reason to mess around. I was sent here to spy on you," she said. "I told you that the first time we met like this, all 6 of us. Nagato asked me if I'd been sent as a spy, and I told the truth." "Of course," Yahiko said graciously as Sakura pressed on. "You never asked me why exactly I'd been sent to spy on you," she continued, "but that was probably because it was obvious. I was sent here to determine if Fya was here, if Rain really had stolen the Nanabi Jinchuriki from the hidden waterfall." "That was our suspicion," Konan confirmed. "In which case, I imagine the meeting today was exciting for you for several reasons." "Yeah." Sakura paused, pondering exactly how to move forward. "But I can't just take a meeting alone as proof of that. I do intend to report back to the Hokage, but I want the highest proof I can get before I do that. I don't want the Leaf thinking that the Nation of Rain is hiding away a Jinchuriki. I think it's to both Aim and Konoha's benefit if the truth is known, especially since Itaka tried to frame you in the first place." Sasuke sat up straighter as Yahiko shifted. "And how would you get that proof, especially in a way that Konoha wouldn't believe you were just lying for our benefit?" "That seems like a tricky one." Sakura started to speak, but Nagato interrupted her. "She's clever," he said, standing up from Yahiko's side. "She's already figured it out." "Your interrogation jutsu," Sakura confirmed. She saw Konan's mouth tighten and rushed forward, determined to finish before she could be countermanded. "It grabbed my tongue to keep me from asking questions, right? It goes both ways. If I asked you anything, you'd have to tell the truth too, right?" She stood up, matching Nagato. If I can prove that I learned about the Nanabi through that, the Hokage won't have a choice but to trust me. Though as you said, you could ask anything, Nagato said with an amused smile. Then you could end the jutsu, right? Sakura said. Nagato shrugged. If I asked anything you didn't want to answer, you could just end the technique. I'm sure there's plenty that even a member of the Akatsuki doesn't necessarily have a right to know. I don't intend to disrespect that. You're half right. I couldn't end the technique until I'd answered that question, Nagato said, peering down at her with his frightening purple eyes. The entity that keeps us honest, the King of Hell, is closer to a summon than my own chakra, it has a will of its own. Sakura balled her hands into fists. Naruto and Sasuke were completely still, while Yahiko and Konan watched with careful eyes. The room could push either way now. What she was proposing was just past the line that they'd all so carefully built in their time in the Nation of Rain. I won't ask anything out of line, she said. I can't prove that without your jutsu itself, I know. But I can get as close as I can, right? She turned, reached up, and began unzipping her flak vest. Whoa. Naruto blushed and turned away as Sakura shucked the vest onto the floor and began pulling up her shirt and the chain mail beneath it. Sasuke averted his eyes as well with a chuckle. Sakura, what are you dash? Sakura finished removing her shirt and bent forward, channeling chakra to her back. She reached back, lifting the strap of her bra just slightly, and felt the omekage tense up behind her. Can you see it? She said, glancing at Naruto and nearly laughing at how red his face was. You had that on you the whole time. Konan was the first to speak. Nagato never noticed it. The Hokage told me it would be invisible so long as I didn't channel chakra to it. Sakura felt a new respect and terror for Naruto's father. Hiding something from the Rinnegan only seemed crazier now that she knew a little more about it. It was my final safeguard. He put it on me before I left, and told me that if I ever needed to go back to Konoha, I could signal him with it. Wait, Naruto muttered, standing up and still partially averting his eyes. What did he? He walked around Sakura's side to join the omekage, out of her line of sight. She heard Naruto suck in a breath. He put that on you. Sakura blinked. She'd heard Naruto angry before. She'd heard him sound hateful before. But she'd never heard raw contempt like this in his voice, and certainly never directed at his own father. Sakura started to pull her shirt back down. Stop. Konan's voice froze her. Why show us this? To show I don't have any secrets, Sakura said, her voice clear. I trust you, and I trust the Nation of Rain completely. I didn't accept the invitation to the Akatsuki just to accomplish my mission. I did it because I believed in it, and the meeting tonight just made me more sure of that. The world isn't right, even I can see that, and people need to try and fix it. She hesitated. The Hokage told me that something marked with the Hiraishin becomes a weapon. That's not what I want to be. It can't be taken off, Naruto snarled, and Sakura jumped, spinning towards him. He was seething, his teeth bared. It's a curse mark when it's placed on another person. It's integrated with your chakra system, and on your spine, Sakura. You couldn't take it off without taking out some of your vertebrae. Sakura didn't even have time to begin to understand the full implications of that before Nagato stepped forward. What a beautifully loathsome thing, he muttered, and then he placed his hand on Sakura's back. Nagato's hand was unexpectedly hot, and Sakura almost jumped at the sudden touch. She felt a rush of boiling chakra and then a yank, like Nagato was trying to pull her back. The sensation ran up from the base of her spine to the nape of her neck, sending every hair on end, and then there was a sense of release, pressure abating, like a heavy scab falling off and leaving pink, raw skin. Nagato stepped away, Sakura breathed out, feeling lighter, and Naruto gaped in obvious shock. What? She twisted to find Nagato less than 3 feet away from her and resisted the urge to stumble away. What did you do? I trust you, Nagato said instead of answering her question. Sakura looked around the room, not bothering to hide her confusion. He took it off, Naruto said, looking just as confused as she felt. He picked it off, like it was paper. Sakura frowned, not sure if she'd heard correctly because of the apparent impossibility of it, and Nagato extended his hand. You couldn't have known that mark could be removed when you accepted it. You are one who devotes her all to everything, Sakura Haruno. He grimaced. But be warned. You may not like some of the answers you receive today. She took his hand and was locked in place. They both were, the ghastly face, the king of hell, emerged at their side, instead of behind Nagato like it had the first time. Its mouth opened, but nothing emerged. Sakura was free to speak. Is few in the nation of rain? Sakura asked. She could see everyone else in the room staring at them, taking in how rigid their bodies were and the obvious care with which Sakura spoke. She is not, Nagato said, and Sakura smiled. Is the Nanabe in the nation of rain? It is not. Nagato's face was unreadable. She had to be thorough, even though she was already sure of the answer. Sakura felt free and sure, relief washing over her. Her plan had worked perfectly. Then, the nation of rain, the Akatsuki, and those under the employ of either, do not possess a Jinchuriki or a tailed beast. At that, all three of the Omegaku were shifted. Nagato's grip tightened, and he sighed. Sakura looked up at him in confusion. Nagato spoke. Neither the nation of rain nor the Akatsuki possess any of the tailed beasts, or any of the Jinchuriki containing them. However, I must assume that someone who was in the employ of the nation does possess a tailed beast. Sakura faltered. What? She asked. I don't. She felt Nagato's regret so strongly through their connection that she initially confused it for her own. By all indications, Itaki Uchiha currently possesses the Nanabe Jinchuriki, and he was sent to the land of waterfalls to acquire it by rain. By us. That would put him in the employ of the nation. The monstrous face at their side ponderously blinked. Sakura mirrored it, staring up at Nagato. Nagato. Yahiko said as he stood up, and Nagato turned towards him. They have served us faithfully for more than a year. And more than that, you truly do believe in the Akatsuki, don't you, Sakura Haruno? I do, she said, and when she didn't die Sakura was astonished to have her beliefs validated by what seemed to be an impartial judge. It gave her the newfound confidence to keep going. I think it will be better to give them the full truth than only half the context, Nagato said simply, and Yahiko sat down with a worried look. Please continue, Sakura. His sincerity was bleeding into her as well, leaving her less confused and more determined. For now, however strange and impossible it was, Sakura and Nagato were equals. Itaka was hired by the Hidden Rain to steal Fia from Waterfall. She said, and Nagato smiled sadly. He was. In fact, he approached Rain with the offer. He claimed that he would steal a Baijuya for the benefit of the nation of Rain in return for a favor. But he wasn't trusted. Not at all. He was a mass murderer. But the idea was tempting due to its strategic implications, and Itaka was obviously powerful. We, all the Omekage, gave it serious consideration for several weeks before deciding it could be worth the potential risks. But the intention couldn't have been to destroy the hidden waterfall. Not when Rain has amassed the gratitude of other minor villages. That would run counter to that strategy. That's correct. Itaka was contacted, and his proposal was agreed to. We demanded that the village not be harmed, only that Fia be kidnapped, and then we made a mistake. Then what was the mistake, and what was Itaka's favor? The favor was a personal meeting with myself. We don't know why, and it never came to pass. Perhaps he believed his dojutsu could overpower mine and give him a powerful tool in the future. That would have been an amusing attempt. The mistake was hiring another mercenary to both keep watch over Itaki and increase his chances of success. Kakuza the Immortal. Precisely. Kakuza was a native of the Hidden Waterfall, and tremendously powerful. Rain has plenty of wealth, which was all he desired, and so we paid him a substantial amount to assist in Fia's kidnapping and to, if necessary, betray and kill Itaki if it seemed that he was going to harm the village. But your mistake was not realizing how much Kakuzu hated the Hidden Waterfall, and its leaders. He killed them all. It was very surprising to us that Kakuzu went so far. He was well regarded as a mercenary for his loyalty to money, and he must have known how much he would be giving up for his actions in Waterfall. It seems that Itaka pulled together all sorts of rogues for the attack on Waterfall, even those that might normally oppose him, we have supposed that that was the result of a powerful genjutsu of his, so perhaps he applied the same sort of manipulation to Kakuzu and made his grudge more powerful than his greed. It doesn't really matter, in the end, Kakuzu and Itaka sacked Waterfall together. They stole Fia when that happened, we were there to see it. But then, they must not have returned. Yes. Neither Kakuzu nor Itaki ever returned. We presumed they were simply covering their tracks at first, but after you all arrived it became obvious to us that both had disappeared. It's difficult to say if Kakuzu is still working with Itaki, or if they turned on one another and he perished after they captured Fu. Sakura breathed out, the flood of questions petering out. Nagato didn't let go of her hand, watching her carefully. He could feel her disappointment and acceptance clashing. Would you have treated Fu better here? She asked, and saw Naruto twitch in her peripheral vision. Of course, Nagato said firmly. That was how we rationalized it to ourselves to quell the fear of escalation. Fu was a prisoner in her own home, kept as a sword or a bomb in case of emergency, with no agency for herself. We intended for her to be a true ninja here in Rain with all the freedom of any other. Sakura frowned. But you say it was a rationalization. It's the paradox at the heart of all shinobi, Nagato said with a fierce expression. Power, freedom, the tension produced when an individual has the potential of a natural disaster. Could I ever say with a straight face to that girl, I have kidnapped you to free you? He sneered, a self-hating look that Sakura had never seen on his face before. For all the noble language and intentions of it, Fu would still have been seen by both the nation of Rain and the other villages as a strategic weapon. That's the hypocrisy that Jiraiya Sensei always speaks of, and rightfully so. He let out a sigh, closing his eyes. My apologies. This is growing difficult. Are you satisfied? No, Sakura said with a laugh, and to her relief Nagato laughed as well. But I understand. I've had more than enough answers. She loosened her grip, and Nagato did as well. Their chakra and souls became untwined, and Sakura stepped back with a shaky breath and the King of Hell sank back into the floor and out of sight. She had too much rushing through her mind to put into words, but Sasuke spoke up instead. So my brother was never here, he said, and Nagato nodded. That's why you gave me that file on him. Were the redacted parts your dealings with him? Yeah, Yahiko said. And our suspicions as to why he decided not to return Fu to the nation of Rain. Naruto was pacing, his hands fidgeting. They really did treat her like crap there, he muttered. But still. It's an unwholesome thing to admit to, Konan said. To kidnap a young girl because of her power. We thought about telling you when you first arrived, Naruto. All of you, and all of it. But you had no understanding of Rain then, not like you do now. You know that we're not the monsters that action would represent, that we committed it in the sincere pursuit of reducing the risk of war between the villages. So you didn't tell us so that we'd stay, Naruto said, and Konan nodded. More selfishness, yes. But I think it also gave you a better understanding of the world, and of yourself, she said carefully. You've grown here, all of you, in ways you never could have in Konoha, and for the better of yourself and the world. We sincerely believe that. Sasuke was mulling, Naruto pacing. Sakura spoke up to give them time to process everything. It came up during the meeting, she said as the room turned to her. That another Jinchuriki key has gone missing, over in Cloud. You think Itaka was responsible for that as well? Indeed, Nagato said. It's our suspicion that Itaki is in possession of three-tailed beasts by this point, which he is presumably keeping controlled with his Sharingan. The Nibi, Sanbai, and Nanabi. He controlled Fu like that, Sasuke said. But 3? Aren't there only 9? Yes. It's likely that a third of the world's premier power is in your brother's hands, Nagato said. Sasuke just looked confused at that as he continued. And by the look on your face, you don't have a clue as to why either. No. He wasn't the kind of person to do something for no reason, Sasuke muttered. Sasuke hesitated, and Sakura was sure why. The motive for the massacre was a secret to all the world, and it completely recontextualized both Itaka's previous actions and those going forward. A crazed rogue ninja collecting the tailed beasts for his own purposes was alarming and inexplicable. A Leaf loyalist who'd murdered his own family for planning treason stealing the other village's Jinchuriki was even more sinister. But Sasuke didn't say anything, and Sakura was content to let his decision stand. It was his family, not hers. Naruto kept going. So Waterfall getting burned down wasn't part of your plan, but you still sent Sakura and Nono to make an alliance with them afterwards. Yeah, Yahiko admitted. That was cold. Even if we hadn't intended for that to happen, we still took advantage of it afterwards. Do you think less of us for that? Yeah, Naruto said, just as straightforward as the Omekage, and Yahiko laughed. I get it, but that's still super shitty. Sakura didn't say anything. She agreed with both Naruto and Rain. It would have been stupid not to take advantage of Waterfall's newfound weakness, even if they'd partially caused it. But it still ran counter to the values of the Akatsuki. Destroying someone's home to pacify them couldn't be a founding principle of peace, even if it was practical. It was too cruel. The room was quiet for almost half a minute as everyone turned what had been said over in their heads. Konan was the one to break the silence. So was this your proposal, Sakura? To report back to the Hokage? She asked, and Sakura shook her head. I didn't think so. That was your preamble then. Then what is it? Yahiko asked, sitting back and crossing one leg over the other. I hope we haven't soured you. No, Sakura said honestly. I understand completely. In fact, I think all this with you is a part of what I want to talk about in the first place. She composed herself. I've been thinking a lot since I got here about, well, everything. I think it's what you wanted me to be doing, and the Hokage too, since he told me to convert as sincerely as I could. Konan nodded, and Sakura continued. It started when we got here, and then when I went to Waterfall again, and met Jiraiya here, in a room just like this. He asked me a question then about loyalty, and how Rain could be different from other villages. And I said it was by coalition. We remember, Yahiko said with a grin. That was when we knew we had something special on our hands. Well, Sakura said, I just kept thinking about that, and building on it, and trying to figure out if there was something I could do. I don't think there is a panacea, or a real answer to something like war and peace and all those kinds of things. It might be that there are people out there like the Hokage who have the power, both personally and politically, to try to find a lasting solution, but I couldn't think of something I could do by myself, or even with my team. And I was stuck like that, thinking I was useless, until we went to the Land of Waves. What changed? Nagato asked, and Sakura balled her hands into fists. Gaara, she said, her face twitching. I hate him. I hated him when I realized he was there, and after what he did I realized I hated him even more than before. I wanted to kill him, I still want to kill him. Naruto gave her a slightly concerned look and Sakura did her best to breathe out her anger. But that sort of crystallized it for me. I hate Gaara, and he hates me, and that's because of what we've done to each other and to others. But people all over the world hate the nation of Rain, or any other country, not always because of what they've done but because of what they could do. That hatred comes from fear and uncertainty instead of actions. Though a village like Stone certainly hates the Leaf for what it's done, Konan pointed out. Or what the ninja representing it have done. Yeah, Sakura admitted. It's not a perfect thesis. I don't think it will ever be, no matter how much I think about it. But everyone, even the Akatsuki, sees the world in binaries. All people, especially ninja, get divided up into categories, and usually by loyalty to clans, villages, and countries, and that division and competition creates hatred. But that hatred is a little easier to fight than the sort of irrational hatred that gets created between people. Irrational? Konan asked. If I'd been thinking straight, I wouldn't have said what I had to Gaara, Sakura said. It was stupid, it may have made him act even more violently than he would have otherwise. Since my own hatred was irrational, I'm assuming most people are. I'll accept that assumption, Yahiko said. And I like your ideas, but where are you going with this exactly? Sakura shrugged. Even villages in military alliances don't share ninja, they just cooperate in wars. I'm sure that's because they're terrified of letting other villages access their secrets, even if they're supposed to be allies. She squared herself. Naruto, Sasuke, and I should return to Konoha as ninjas of the Nation of Rain. We should be shared ninja and ambassadors for both villages and both countries. That's how Rain will build towards a victory by coalition, and how the Akatsuki can get closer to its goal without having to undermine its message with violence or subterfuge. Yahiko laughed, and Sakura kept herself from showing any hesitation. Feeling homesick, Sakura? He asked as the other Amekage leaned in. Surprisingly, no, Sakura admitted. To be honest, going back to the leaf terrifies me. I'm afraid of its judgment, and of being misunderstood. But I think us being here represents a huge opportunity, so I'm not going to let my fear get in the way. Elaborate, Konan asked. She looked intrigued, while Nagato was more unreadable. Naruto and Sasuke were staying quiet at her side, but Sakura could feel their anticipation. The Hidden Leaf is your guy's main military rival, aside from Stone, Sakura said. The meeting made that clear to me, but it was already obvious. Even if you are not in conflict with them, you have to plan around it just in case because of how powerful its military is and how close they are, even though you and the Leaf probably generally agree when it comes to most things. It's a nice but dangerous assumption, Yahiko noted. Even if we and Minato Namikaze were both trained by Jiraiya Sensei, the Hokage is obviously interested in maintaining Leaf as a superpower. He shows more interest in controlling the villages than in keeping peace, and he's willing to sacrifice just about anything to do it. Him sending you here is proof enough of that. I think the Hokage would probably say the exact same thing about the Nation of Rain, Sakura said, staying steadfast, and Yahiko nodded with a small grin. Rain has already made moves to strengthen its military and strategic position by making alliances with the minor villages. If those alliances stayed in place and it also began sharing shinobi with Konoha, binding the two villages closer together, it would create a military bloc that no one would ever be stupid enough to challenge. She swallowed. And if Konoha does maintain its alliance with the Hidden Sand, well, I'd hate that, but the bloc would be even larger. People would be less and less willing to provoke it because of that power. Nagato spoke up. Sensible, he said softly, and Sakura felt a thrill from head to toe. Have you considered the similarities to the original founding of the villages? A little, Sakura admitted, but I'm not a historian. I just know the basics, that Konoha came together as a combination of many clans, primarily the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Sarutobi, and several others, and that caused the other villages to form to match them. Then have you considered why this hasn't happened yet, and the potential consequences of it? Nagato asked. Sakura swallowed. I think it hasn't happened because of fear, like I said, she answered. That Rain is afraid, and maybe rightfully so, of showing its actual capabilities and allowing foreign ninja access as more than spies or lay ninja, because of how opposed it is by the daimyo. And I think there might be another fear, or at least one I've had, that if a large coalition does form, another will have to form against it, like the villages originally did to manage the Hidden Leaf. Like what you talked about. Naruto muttered, and Sakura turned to him with a nod. If the Hidden Rain, Leaf, and Sand, alongside many minor villages that form buffer states with the other major countries, formed a military alliance and went so far as to start sharing ninja, it might be that the other villages would feel pressured to form alliances like that of their own, she said, watching the Amekage nod along, Nagato passively, Konan thoughtfully. Yahiko was just watching her, his mouth twitching. That could end up with the Hidden Stone, Mist, and Cloud alongside one another, though I don't know enough about their relationships to know if that's actually realistic. It depends, Yahiko said with a smirk. Cloud and Mist hate each other, but they could put that aside in the face of a great enemy. And Stone is tolerated by everyone but the Hidden Leaf, but certainly no great friend either. Well, assuming something like that did happen, Sakura continued. The world would be split in two. If a war happened, there would no longer be any chance at neutrality. She frowned. But I don't know if that would be any different than the previous wars. The fighting would just be more organized instead of the opportunistic alliances and betrayals that happened in the past. When she finished that thought, no one immediately spoke up. Yahiko looked around, taking in the silence, and then turned to Naruto and Sasuke. What do you guys think? He asked, and Sakura turned back to watch them as well. It's clearly her idea, but I doubt she didn't give you a heads up. I think it's a good idea, Naruto said with a grin. No bias, obviously, he continued with a laugh that Yahiko shared. I've been here long enough that I think the rain and the leaf would get along, and should people here agree on the important stuff, so they've got no reason to fight. And, well, I'm the Hokage's kid. He scratched his chin. Me leaving was a big deal, me coming back would be a bigger deal, especially if it was with your guys' permission. I don't like thinking about it, but if someone like me is being a shared ninja, an ambassador, it'll make it seem more real and legitimate to a lot of the village, and I bet to someone like Daimyo too. Sakura said that you guys were trying real hard to make Rain seem more like the other villages, less threatening to politicians and stuff. I don't really get the nitty-gritty of things like that, but I know that the Daimyo likes my dad a lot. If he approves of his kid working with Rain, the Daimyo might start swinging that way too. The Daimyo of Fire is currently trying to push blame for the Land of Waves onto us, Yahiko observed, and a sneer flashed across Naruto's face. Do you think you could fix that? Maybe, but I doubt I could by myself, Naruto said, crossing his arms. But maybe I could be part of what makes him realize the real problem is people like Gaara, and not the Akatsuki locking up his dipshit cousin a couple decades ago. Uncle, Konan absent-mindedly corrected. And you, Sasuke? I don't really care about all the village stuff, Sasuke admitted guilelessly. My brother is up to something, and it's gotta be bad if it involves stealing something like the tailed beasts. I think it'll be better if Aim and Konoha are on the same page, both hunting him. I don't want him causing another catastrophe. Do you think he would? Konan asked. Sasuke sneered. Itake, he said, choosing his words with care. Has strong beliefs. He told me some of his reasoning for the massacre when we saw each other again in Waterfall. He'll do anything if he thinks it's the right thing to do. Interesting. Konan left it at that. It's a bold plan, Yahiko said, standing up. Everyone in the room followed his lead. But it won't necessarily work. I hope you accept that, Sakura. He focused on her, and Sakura stood her ground before his considerable presence. She could feel the same leader that had been present at the meeting fully emerging, looking her over without attachment. Hatred takes time to erode, time that none of the villages necessarily have. Your initiative may fall apart before it can even begin under the inherent mistrust of all ninja, not to mention the more dangerous possibilities like the other villages misinterpreting your actions and attacking the hidden rain, leaf, or sand to force the alliance one way or another. Attempting to build peace by strength as you've proposed can lead to war all on its own. I'm sure everyone here is all too aware of that. I know that, Sakura said, adamant. And I understand the risk. I'm young, but I'm not stupid. I cannot see any easy solutions, but this is one of the few that isn't just amassing power on your own to intimidate others into inaction. Something clicked in her head, and she folded it into her argument. Short of this, you'd have to do something like collecting all the tailed beasts to create an unchallengeable hyperpower. Maybe Itaki is planning something along those lines, though I wouldn't know his motive, a way to turn himself into the one person who could hold the world hostage. As Yahiko obviously considered the notion, Sakura continued. But I don't think that's a good plan, and by good, I should say sustainable. I think that would create resentment, and that would eventually turn into more violence and war the moment there was any weakness. An institution is more powerful than any single person, and by the same logic something as powerful as the villages combining is more powerful than any alone. She put her hands behind her back and bowed her head. Please, believe me when I say this is not a yearning for home. Maybe you've had the same or a similar idea in the past, but you never had anyone like my team who could make it a reality. I don't want to sound arrogant, but if there's anyone who can unite Jiraiya's teaching, it's us. The room was silent, watching her. Sakura closed her eyes, trying to make it clear she was speaking from the heart. This is my best try, she said. It's the best I could come up with to make the Akatsuki's dream real. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but that won't be the end of the world. Can we at least try? Yahiko smirked. We'll sleep on it, he said, and Sakura nodded, trying not to be frustrated. It was a potentially huge decision, there was no way she would have gotten a yes or no right away. Though, I'm curious, were you planning for it just to be the three of you? Not quite, Sakura said. If you approve, I was going to ask about the rest of the cadre as well. We work well together, and it would show Rain's commitment. It sounded good coming out of her mouth, but she knew that Yahiko could see right through her. It was obvious to him she just didn't want to leave her friends, and especially Haku, behind. Of course, Yahiko said with a faint smile. Well, as I said, we'll discuss it. Konan and Nagato both nodded, but Sakura was sure she could feel obvious approval from the both of them. Was Yahiko slowing things down on purpose, or was it just part of the Akatsuki's traditions to not immediately approve or disapprove initiatives? She bowed, drawing back to join Naruto and Sasuke. Will you make a run for it if you're denied, Sakura? Konan asked as she began to sit back down, and Sakura frowned. I don't think so, she said, and Konan cocked her head. As you said when I arrived here, if I ran I'd be mistrusted by both Konoha and AIM. I might have accomplished the Hokage's mission, but I don't think that would be worth it. She laughed. I'd rather they both mostly trust me, you know. I know, Konan said. Sakura was surprised to find she looked a little melancholy. Well, we appreciate your time. Hopefully you'll be hearing from us within the next couple days. It was as obvious a dismissal as they were going to get. Team 7 filed out of the room, Sakura at the back, and then out of the building. The sun was just starting to set when they stepped out into the light rain, looking around and blinking at the bright light reflecting off the surrounding buildings and puddles. Well, that went pretty well, Sasuke said as they shuffled to the side and stopped to catch their breath. They seemed to like it. Yeah. That stuff with waterfall. Naruto leaned back against the wall, stuffing his hands in his pockets. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Sorta. I don't get why Taka would have approached them if he was just planning to stab them in the back. Maybe so they'd offer help, Sasuke said. Or maybe he changed his mind halfway. He's not. He grimaced. Well, you know. Yeah. He's not all there, Naruto mused. What do you think, Sakura? Do you really think he was just after the Baijuya? I dunno, Sakura said. Now that the meeting was over and she didn't have to keep herself composed, she could feel her whole body jittering as her tension worked itself out. I gave them my best guess. I could see Ataka thinking that if he had a tailed beast, he could do whatever he'd want. It's what I'd think in his position. Or, if he is really loyal to Konoha, maybe he's planning to give them back to the Leaf. It's all bad no matter what, Naruto said. Sakura was surprised despite herself. A year ago, would any of them have dreamed of Konoha having all the Baijuya being a bad thing? What should we do until we hear back? The usual, Sasuke said, and Sakura nodded in agreement. It's like Sakura said, making a run for it will just hurt us right now. We should wait to see what the Omekage decides, and then make our decision from there. I'm going to give Haku a heads up, Sakura said. Sasuke gave her a look, and she blushed. I don't want him to be surprised if we do end up heading back. Maybe you guys should do the same with everyone else. As she said it, she found herself grinning at the realization that of all of them, Naruto had the most new friends. Of course it would have ended up like that, he just couldn't help himself. It was another thing that was so great about him. Just in case, Sasuke agreed. Do you think we'll see our contact soon? I've got no idea, Sakura said. But I'm sure they know I got into the Akatsuki. I'd be surprised if they didn't reach out, however they've been doing it. She paused. Nagato didn't ask about him. Do you think the Omekage will be watching? They probably always are, Naruto said. But who cares? It's not like everything's gotta be secret anymore. You just told them you're a spy. Sakura could only admit that was the truth with a laugh, and after a bit more chatter they went their separate ways, vibrating with excitement. ####. That night, Sakura had a visitor. Despite its incredible importance, she didn't remember the conversation that she had with him. The next morning, she woke up with a sense of acceptance. Now, more than ever before, she simply had to wait. ####. The 13th of April was a Friday, and it passed quickly. Sakura kept herself busy training, visiting the library, and making dinner plans with the cotter. She tried not to anticipate the future, and that made it draw closer with more speed. They agreed to meet for a meal at a ramen restaurant that Karen liked late in the day. By 7 in the evening the sky was already blocked out by thick black clouds that let down sporadic bursts of rain on the city, and Sakura was getting ready to leave her apartment. As she was putting the finishing touches on her nails, there was a knock at her door. Sakura called out without looking away from her hand. "It's open." The door swung open, and she heard bickering kids in the hall. When Haku stepped through, Sakura wasn't surprised in the slightest. "Hey," she said, leaning back and wondering if pink on pink was too much. "Well, too late now." She swung around in her chair towards him with a grin. "Come to walk me there?" "It's not a bad thought," Haku said with a grin. He hefted a bag in his right hand. "But I brought you something as well. I thought you might want to see it before dinner." "Oh," Sakura said, standing up and making her way over. She peered over Haku's shoulder curiously as he set the bag down on her bed. She was just a little bit taller than him now, though only by a centimeter or two. "What is it?" "It looks like dash. Your uniform," Haku said with more than a little excitement, taking something folded up and vacuum-sealed out of the bag. Sakura couldn't help but grin. "That was fast," she said as Haku spread the sealed clothes out on the bed. "Can I try it on?" "I think we have a little time," he said, removing a senbon from his hair and slicing the packaging open. Sakura spread it out, looking it over with a joy she couldn't fully contain. The idea of wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki had an unconditional pride burning in her chest. When it was laid out, she blinked. "It's not like yours," she said, and Haku nodded. The uniform was made of a thicker weave than the thin material of Haku's haori, almost like cotton but surely much stronger. It was a full black jacket speckled with red clouds, with an attached hoodie at the back. A hoodie. "Every member of the Akatsuki has their uniform chosen by the Omekage," Haku said as Sakura lifted the jacket up, looking it over. "But usually it's a cloak, or something else that's traditional. I wonder why they made yours so casual." "I'm not sure," Sakura admitted. "But I do like jackets." She carefully pulled it on over her shirt and was pleasantly surprised to find that it fit perfectly. When she turned to look at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but smile. The jacket fit like only tailored clothes could, but she still looked like a ninja. If she did get another sword, it would fit well around the hilt. It even had plenty of pockets to hide tools in, and a quick exploration confirmed they had a mesh mail coating, perfect for storing sharp objects without damaging the uniform. She pulled the hoodie up, her long hair falling down the inside without much issue, and snorted at herself in the mirror. "Intimidating," Haku said with a little chuckle. "I guess it suits you, Sakura." Yahiko has always had an eye for fashion. "Yahiko?" Sakura asked. "Well, I guess it could have been any of them." "He was the one responsible for the original design," Haku confirmed, sitting down on the bed and looking her over. "You look like a real Akatsuki member now. It's almost too good to be true." "Yeah, Sakura couldn't look away from herself. It was like she was a completely different person. She absent-mindedly picked up her sheath and Sakura embossed knife from the stand next to the mirror and fixed it to her belt and stepped back, inordinately pleased at how it completed the look. "Well, I guess I was never sure if I would get this far." "I always knew you would," Haku said, either painfully sincere or lying with incredible skill. "From the night we talked in the forest, I knew." "Really?" Sakura asked, giving him a look. "Really," Haku confirmed. "You've got something that other people don't, Sakura. I don't know what to call it, but it..." He faltered. "It's amazing. Even if you don't draw people to you like others, or have some instant natural genius, you've got strength and conviction that's just as important. It's helped keep me going since Zabuza. Well, I don't want that," Sakura thought, but it was too cruel to say. "I don't want people relying on me, especially people like you. I'm not ready for that." Instead, she walked forward and sat down at Haku's side. I came here with the village's permission, you know, she said, and Haku nodded. I think it's been long enough that you should know. I imagined that to be the case, Haku said with a shrug. The timing was ideal for that. But you still wanted to come. I did. He turned towards her, and Sakura was drawn towards his dark eyes. I've got other stuff to tell you, everyone, at dinner, but for coming here. I wanted to see you again. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a big part of it. Ha. Haku laughed, but he looked just as distracted as her. Well, that's a little flattering. They fell silent, unable to look away from one another. Warm and secure in her new jacket, her new position, her new ideals, and her new confidence, Sakura found herself leaning forward. To her muted surprise, Haku did the same, their faces drawing closer together. Her heart sped up, her face grew heated, gravity pulled them closer together nonetheless. Then, with a high, clear sound, the room-wide balcony window cracked. ####. Aren't we here a little early? Naruto asked, and Karen vigorously shook her head, gesturing around the restaurant. This place fills up fast, she said, and Naruto was forced to agree as he and Kabuto took seats across from her. Especially in the evening. If we weren't here now, by the time everyone else got here there'd be no seats. Well, there's certainly no harm in it, Kabuto said with a genial grin. At least we'll have time to look at the menu. He gave Naruto a glance. How did Sakura handle her first meeting? Mother told me that she did well for herself, but I'm sure she told you more. She had a good time, Naruto declared. She said it really impressed her. I don't know if I'm really cut out for that sort of thing, but I bet it would be cool to sit in on one sometime. Have you ever been to one, Kabuto? It hasn't really interested me, to be honest, Kabuto admitted. Mother's made it sound more theoretical than practical, and, well, you know how I am. He took a sip of water, smiling past it. But maybe we could go together. At least that way we could keep each other entertained if things got boring for us. Ah, I bet it wouldn't be boring. What do you think, Karen? Naruto asked, glancing at the menu. He liked ramen, but not nearly as much as his cousin did. She was staring down at the list with a furrowed brow, and didn't answer him right away. Hey? Naruto asked, leaning over and flicking her. She flinched, staring up at him. What's wrong? You've been to this place before, right? Did they change the menu? No, she said, squinting like she had a headache and then closing her eyes. Something's wrong. Huh? Naruto frowned. He could feel his skin prickling. Karen was freaking him out. What do ya mean? Karen, Kabuto said, leaning over the table. Do you feel something? Her eyes flew open, and Naruto almost jumped back at the fear in them. Karen was terrified, her whole body suddenly vibrating with golden chakra. I feel something, she muttered, before leaping out of her chair and looking around frantically. Other people in the restaurant, ninja and civilians alike, looked at her in alarm. Some rose out of their chairs as well, trying to see what Karen could. I feel something. She spun towards Naruto, eyes wide and red. As she did, all the street-facing windows of the restaurant suddenly cracked. It's coming. Fast. She rushed towards him and Kabuto, golden chains bursting out of her back and bowling them over. The whole restaurant erupted into confusion and pandemonium as Karen's chakra filled it. Get dash. ####. Do you get ramen? Suijutsu asked, and Sasuke shrugged. They were walking down the streets of Omegakure, enjoying the light rain from the endless black clouds above, making their way to the restaurant Karen had picked out. I mean it's just soup. It's not just soup, Sasuke said patiently. The noodles are made with just as much care as the broth, plus all the other ingredients. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but come on. If you call it soup in front of Karen, she'll punch your head off. Suijutsu scoffed. She could try. But between you and me, I'd take pho any day. 'Cause it's usually lighter. Sasuke asked, and Suijutsu nodded firmly. Maybe that's my clan's fault, he admitted. but ramen usually sits with me forever. I mean it really gets down in there and dash he paused. Hey, what the heck's with that? Sasuke followed Suijutsu's pointing finger and looked up into the black sky as the street surged with activity around them. Other people pointed and wondered, gasped, a murmur spreading throughout the crowd. The black clouds were lightening almost imperceptibly, like the setting sun was starting to pierce through them. In just seconds, the light grew fiercer, the whole sky began to burn a dull red. Some people threw themselves to the ground, not in fear but in awe, a few of them began praying. Sasuke frowned, activating his Sharingan to get a little more clarity as Suijutsu whistled. Damn, that's pretty. Red clouds? Do you reckon that's the Omekage or something? The moment Sasuke's Sharingan activated, his eyes burned. He had a split second to realize that what he was seeing was fundamentally beyond his comprehension, a long enough time for the world to slow to crawl as his heart began beating so fast the sound of it deafened him. Suijutsu! He roared, and his friend turned towards him slowly, so slowly. It's Dash. With a sudden scream, the red light overcame the world. Obito Sensei Chapter 60. A weapon to surpass shinobi. It didn't take Obito long to reach the land of lightning. His Kamui carried him across the continent, and as he traveled he read the hasty mission briefing his sensei had passed on to him. It had been drawn together so quickly that the assignment and its details were written in the scrawl of the Hokage himself rather than typed up. Minato's Fuinjutsu might look like art, but his handwriting definitely wasn't. Katasuk Towno, in a border outpost in the town of Nadare, near the Land of Frost. An area he'd been to before, a year and some ago, though not to that town in particular. Obito had long ago painstakingly memorized maps of the entire known world with his Sharingan, and making his way to Nadare proved no obstacle. He practically skipped his way there, even if his date had been interrupted, it had still put him in an excellent mood. His hatred of Itaki and his concern for his team were being overwhelmed by the joy of Rin's company, and it made his feet light. The actual obstacle was in the town, and outlined in the briefing as well. Katasuk had been detained at the border by one of the daimyo's shinobi guards and some other soldiers. The soldiers were a political concern, not a combat one, but the shinobi selected to defend the daimyo of the Land of Lightning were no pushovers. His sensei's briefing gave few details. The shinobi was a woman named Mei with a specialty for earth jutsu. She was holding Katasuk while the hidden cloud sent a team to retrieve him. That alone was interesting, Obito thought. Why not just take him back herself? Something was up there, but he had no idea what. When he emerged from the Kamui, he did so some distance from the town so as to observe it. Nadare was a larger town than most of the mountainous border settlements, but still tiny compared to a city like Konoha. With probably a couple thousand people at most, it was a series of homes and warehouses clustered among craggy hills and the foothills of the proper mountains that separated the lands of frost and lightning. Most of it was concentrated around a waterway that spanned the length of the peninsula lightning rested on, the River of Pale Faces. There was a very developed dock around which the town spread. People in Nadare doubtlessly made their living moving material to and from lightning, that also likely made it a locus for smuggling of both humans and goods. Obito wouldn't have been surprised if Katasuk had been picked up trying to make his way down the river in a barge heaped high with paper or electronics. He'd have to ask the man himself when he found him. Observing the town from a scrub-covered northern hill, Obito wondered for a moment where the outpost lay in it exactly, and how best to find it. As soon as he activated his Sharingan, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Sure, none of the buildings in town stood out too much from this distance, but that didn't matter too much when only one of them had someone flying around above it. Well, not flying, Obito had to internally amend after observing for a minute or so. He couldn't see all the details from well over 1,000 feet away, but that was fine so long as it meant he couldn't be seen either, especially not in the dimness of twilight. It was a woman up there, perhaps 60 or 70 feet above the ground, and she was walking through the air as though it were shifting sand. Obito could not see the finer features of her face or clothes, but she was wearing a long cloak out of which particles of sand and gravel constantly poured, suspending itself in the air where she stepped as she walked a steady patrol around the building intently watching the world below. It was an ingenious jutsu, and not one he'd ever had a chance to witness before. Obito felt sure this was Mei, the daimyo's guard. He wasn't sure how earth jutsu, which this clearly was, could suspend material in defiance of gravity, but from the way the woman walked it could only do so for a moment. By moving quickly while constantly recycling the material and her chakra within it, she was striding through the air on dust and gravel. Obito nestled himself down into the rough shrubs around him as he watched. Now that he'd marked the building, he could see some soldiers patrolling the rooftop and the streets nearby. They'd obviously been deputized by Mei, and he was under explicit orders not to hurt any of them. Well, that's easy, he muttered to himself with a smile. Even with Mei on patrol, they clearly had no idea that a shinobi like him was going to be after Katasuke so quickly. He had a simple tactic for situations like this: make a big kerfuffle, draw the guards, and slip past them with the kamui. The mission would be over in minutes, and he'd have plenty of time to finish up his date. Obito bent down, humming to himself while running through several hand signs, and slammed his palms down on the hill. The earth beneath him collapsed, shattering and falling with a loud rumble as the hill broke apart, and in the same breath he threw himself back into the kamui, leaping forward just a step and some as he navigated the invisible phantom architecture of his inner world. Just a second later he emerged back into the real world. He was in a small room filled with cells, an obvious holding area. Not too much space, and only one guest and one guard. He'd come out on the wrong side of the bars, but that wasn't too bad. His kamui wasn't perfect, and could easily miss small details like windows or thin walls. Distinguishing between people was near impossible as well. Behind the bars was Katasuke Tano, sitting in the corner of his cell and staring at one of the narrow windows near the ceiling. He hadn't changed much in the course of a year, still the same square glasses and squarer face, and dark, inquisitive eyes. But his hair was a mess, his clothes were ripped, and his left leg was gone. What? Katasuke flinched away in fear as Obito appeared. Obito could hear people shouting and running outside, and the soldier at the sole entrance to the room spun in shock as well at his sudden entrance. As he started to shout, Obito's eyes flashed. "Sleep," he commanded, and the daimyo's soldier slumped and fell, his armor and spear clattering as he collapsed. Obito didn't waste time catching him, he stepped through the bars of Katasuke's cell and extended his hand down. "Come with me," he said as Katasuke stared up at him without comprehension. "Obito Uchiha." Katasuke said in disbelief, and Obito rolled his eyes. "You came that quickly." "It's what I'm good at," Obito said. It was obvious Katasuke was too stunned to take his hand, so he reached further down and settled his hand on the man's shoulder. "Sorry for the nausea." As he touched Katasuke, the far wall of the room was completely ripped away, opening it to the air. Obito glanced to his left to find Mei floating in the street about 20 feet away, deep green eyes wide and incredulous. She'd torn off the entire face of the building with a storm of sand and stone, but it was already far too late. Obito smiled, impressed, and still hopelessly cheerful. She'd gone right for the prisoner without investigating the disturbance, too bad she'd been up against him. Nice reaction time. He shouted and gave the woman a thumbs up, and as she raised her hand and a spear of stone pushed itself from her palm, he pulled himself and Katasuke out of reality and into the kamui. Instantly safe and ensconced in his own world, Obito relaxed and stood up as Katasuke lay on the ground and retched. "Yeah, it's rough the first couple times," he said sympathetically. "You should adjust in just a second, all right?" "What?" The man gagged, and Obito stepped back to give him some space. "You're in my kamui," he said as Katasuke looked around in shock at the empty black world. "The Hokage told me you were making a run for it, so he sent me. I figure he wanted you to see a familiar face." He looked around, scratching the scar on his chin. "And I guess I could pick you up the fastest too." "I don't." Katasuke took a deep breath, closing his eyes. "I didn't think fire would get my message that quickly." Well, that explained how his sensei had known about Katasuke's defection so quickly. "You sent a message?" Obito asked, still giving the man time. He was looking him over carefully with his Sharingan. Katasuke didn't look to have been roughed up, so the damage to his clothes was likely just wear and tear. But his prosthetic leg was missing, his pride and joy. There was no way he would ever have parted with it on purpose. Something must have turned sour in the land of lightning for him. Through a friend. "I hope she's okay." He was on the edge of panicking, Obito could see. It was more than just the Kamui. Katasuke was well and truly spooked. What had happened? Well, I guess you remembered my little promise, he said, and Katasuke looked up at him. We'll have to walk a bit, I'll help you along. We'll be back in Konoha in just a couple minutes. No. Katasuke barked, eyes wide. He blinked, trying to compose himself as Obito stared at him. Not there. Can't you bring me somewhere else? Obito narrowed his eyes, and he saw Katasuke cringe back, his obvious helplessness and fear overwhelming him. You don't get that much of a choice, unfortunately, he said. Where you end up after that will be yours and the Hokage's decision, but I'm not just going to dump you out anywhere. I can't go to Konoha, Katasuke said, trying to scramble up on his sole leg before collapsing. He barely caught himself, standing to face Obito. Please. Why not? Obito asked, taking a step closer to him. Katasuke cringed away. His face and body language were screaming guilt and fear. Obito could feel some of his good mood evaporating in the face of Katasuke's nervous fidgeting. Why call us for help if you didn't want to come to the village? Didn't you want your prosthetics to help as many people as possible? Speaking of which. I do. Katasuke shouted. Actually shouted, right in Obito's face, and he couldn't help but blink and back up as the man continued ranting. I do. But Konoha is in terrible danger. On any other day, Obito probably would have grabbed the rogue ninja and demanded an explanation. Instead, he controlled his initial violent reaction and crossed his arms. What the hell are you talking about? He asked. Katasuke licked his lips, his whole body shaking. And where's your leg? They took it, Katasuke said, speaking haltingly at first until the words began spilling out of him in an unstoppable tide. Obito let him go, interrupting him would be pointless. They took it to keep me from running, but that didn't stop me. I was a spy, Obito Uchiha. I was sent to the land of lightning by the nation of rain. I was a freelancer, but they were paying like you couldn't believe. They wanted me to spy on Cloud's weapon programs and sabotage them if possible. He sat down, pressing his face into his hands. But I'm an awful spy. I'm not good at normal shinobi stuff. That's not my strength. They caught me making a dead drop in the first month. That quickly. I didn't think it would be a big deal, but they took my leg, and then they forced me to keep working, promising to give it back when I was done. A whole year now, feeding Rain fake intelligence, slaving away for people who wouldn't even give me human dignity. Katasuke was shouting now, his hands futilely slammed into the floor. I was stupid from the beginning. It was just like you said, they cared about my prosthetics, but that wasn't why they chased me down. It was nothing but weapons. He snarled. Nothing but tools for killing. And I made the best, because I am the best. I'm a million years ahead of every other idiot in that country. Without me, they never would have gotten any of that worthless garbage working. More weapons? Obito asked as Katasuke heaved in a breath, and the man frantically nodded. Chakra projectors, he said with a grimace. Using the same principles as my leg. They had working models, but they were inefficient. They'd kill a shinobi from the drain alone unless they were experienced. I helped make them better, smaller, like gloves. He had a look between pride and disgust. I could make them better with time. I don't know why I can see things people can't, but it's all so simple to me. I could put a fully formed jutsu inside them, ready to be unleashed at the pull of a trigger. He seemed like he was about to cry. I don't like killing, but it turns out I have a talent for it. Doesn't everyone just want to do what they're good at? Obito shifted. Katasuke being a spy for Rain and the weapons he was talking about added some additional factors, but nothing too crazy. His emotional state was far more concerning. That sounds impressive, he said cautiously. But that wouldn't be enough to put Konoha in danger. If that's what you're worried about. It's not, Katasuke said with a pleading look. God, it's not. I'm a coward, Obito Uchiha. I helped make something my life could never have been worth. Maybe you've got a high opinion of your work, Obito suggested, and Katasuke laughed and gagged as he shook on the floor. I don't, he sobbed. I hate it. That's why I ran. I couldn't handle it anymore. Knowing what I was helping. He pressed his fist against his forehead, face twisting beneath it. They'd made the frame, the idea, but I finished it. I finished it all. A gun, a cannon. Now, Obito's good mood had been entirely replaced by a sick sense of dread. What kind of cannon? He asked sharply. He'd seen cannons before. They were effective siege weapons, but were too large, clumsy, and slow to be used in shinobi wars for anything but bombarding one static position from an extremely well-defended one, a situation that simply didn't come up in most engagements between ninja. A tailed beast cannon, Katasuke said, and Obito stopped breathing. Speaking of the technicalities seemed to calm the man as he continued, though he still shook. It's a weapon of unprecedented power. It's charged with the chakra of Cloud's Jinchuriki. They pour the tailed beast's power into the gun, and it unleashes it at a distant target after achieving the required explosive mixture, 8-2, positive and negative charge, yin and yang. He muttered, hyperventilating. The chakra is guided by 8 shinobi who man the gun, though they have to calculate its trajectory beforehand. Its range is. He laughed, a slightly hysterical giggle. It could probably fire around the whole world and hit itself. Nothing and no one is safe. Thanks to me, the hidden cloud can probably drop the equivalent of several Baijuutama on top of any city it wants. There's no way, Obito said, not sure if he had seen a real hole in Katasuke's explanation or if he was just fumbling for an escape from a horrible truth. If it was that destructive, any tests would have been noticed. Cloud couldn't fire off that much energy without someone seeing, let alone whatever it fired at being blown to bits. It hasn't been fired yet, Katasuke said, staring up at him from the floor. For precisely that reason. But the test firing is going to be a live firing, and it's going to happen soon, maybe even today. When I learned that, I ran. That was the final straw. I thought, I tricked myself, maybe if it was a weapon of deterrence. A live firing. Obito snarled, finally dragging the man up from the floor as he whimpered. You mean at a military target? Yes. Katasuke shrieked. They're sure it will work. And I am too. I'm confident in my work. He shrunk away from Obito's murderous eyes, the blood draining from his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But this is why we can't go to Konoha. It's Cloud's rival, if it's the target dash. If it's just a blast of chakra, Sensei can stop it. Obito roared. But he needs to know it's coming. We're going, now. He started dragging Katasuke south, the man screaming and resisting as best he could. There's no way. The rogue insisted. It doesn't matter how amazing the Hokage is, how amazing any ninja is. This kind of thing is beyond any one person. Obito threw Katasuke up onto his shoulders and started running as he continued to desperately protest. That just shows your ignorance, he said, cold anger filling his heart. However incredible you think this thing you've helped make is, there's always going to be someone beyond your comprehension. He ignored the rest of Katasuke's screaming as he ran, uncaring of the man's belief he was being dragged to his death. Running at near his top speed, Obito made it to the hidden leaf in barely 5 minutes, and burst out the Kamui into the Hokage's tower with a scream of sundered air as his eye tore a hole in the world. There was no one there. Obito screamed out a curse, shucking Katasuke from his shoulders and leaving the rogue babbling on the floor of the Hokage's office as he dove back into the Kamui. A frantic dash brought him to the Hokage's home. He materialized on the front lawn mid-yell. Minato! He shouted without decorum. Get out here! People on the streets turned in shock, but Obito didn't wait for a response as he charged towards the door. At the last second, the Hokage flung it open, and both men almost slammed into each other as he stepped out. Obito? Minato asked. He was still wearing his Hokage's uniform, minus his long white cloak. He must have just gotten home. That was quick. What dash? Listen. Obito demanded, and Minato did. I retrieved Katasuke Tano, no casualties. He's created a chakra weapon for Cloud. A chakra weapon? Minato asked, and Obito saw Kushina poke her head around the corner of the hallway behind him. It didn't look like she was wearing a shirt. He promptly ignored her. What do you mean? Cloud's weapons program has produced something, according to him. Obito found himself nervously glancing at the dark blue sky. The sun had all but set. He was a spy for the nation of Rain, but was caught. I'm sure others were as well, and I can see why Cloud was being so secretive. He claims that they've created a cannon, a chakra cannon, that could strike anywhere in the world with the power of a tailed beast. Minato's face barely changed, but Obito could see the moment where his sensei switched himself back into being the Hokage. His eyes went flat, and his back straightened. He's terrified, sensei. He's convinced that they're going to fire it for the first time soon, maybe even today, and that Konoha will be the target. A weapon like that. Minato mused, stepping fully out of his house and following Obito's look up at the sky. I could stop that, probably. But that is pretty terrifying. The world could be about to change. He closed his eyes, and stood still. Obito waited, not sure what his sensei was doing. 5 seconds proved too long for him. Sensei? He asked. We have to dash. SHH, Minato murmured, and Obito shut up, staring around and wondering what was happening. About 30 seconds later, Kushina came out of the house wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Back quick, Obito? She asked with a grin. Looking to finish your date, I bet. She looked over at her husband, stock still with his eyes closed, and frowned. Why is he doing that? I don't know what he's doing, Obito said. Something terrible might be coming. Oh. Kushina blinked and turned to Minato. Well, hey, finish up soon, you're spooking him. As Obito looked helplessly between them, the Hokage breathed out and opened his eyes, and Obito understood what he'd been sitting still for. Minato's eyes had changed, the iris had turned yellow, the pupil stretched out horizontally, and as he started moving again an orange pigmentation spread around them. Sage mode? Obito stepped back as Minato looked around and took in a deep breath. He could count the number of times he'd seen his teacher in Sage mode on one hand. Even after taking up his own contract with Mount Myaboku, Obito himself had had no luck in trying to learn it. He simply wasn't made for sitting still. The Hokage cast his eyes about like he was seeing past the horizon in every direction. Well, nothing's coming right now, he mused. But I do sense someone in my office. Is that Katasuke Tano? It is, Obito confirmed. I left him there. I'll grab Tni and interrogate him myself then, Minato said, his face falling into a frown. If this weapon really is so terrible, we'll need everything he knows. And if it fires, I'll sense it coming and deflect it. He paused, giving Kushina a kiss on the forehead. Sorry. Looks like it'll be a long night. Don't worry about it, Kushina said with a laugh. Sounds really serious, you know? Get going. Minato nodded. Good work, Obito, he said, and then he vanished, carried away by the hiration. Kushina looked wistfully at the space her husband had once occupied. So, what exactly's going on? She asked, and Obito sighed. I went and got someone from Cloud. They told me Cloud made a big gun. The kind that could shoot a Baijuodama anywhere, he said, trying to be as succinct as possible. I'm sure he was telling the truth, at least as he understood it, and he made it sound like he was the primary engineer. He thinks Konoha will be Kumo's first target. Kushina frowned. Well, that sounds bad. She leaned back against the door frame, looking Obito over. Obito wondered if she was pondering the cannon itself, or the notion of a machine having the same destructive power as the monster sealed inside her. But I doubt it. You doubt it? Obito asked, starting to pace. If they had a weapon like that, why wouldn't we be their first target? I remember how Sensei humiliated the Raikage in the war. Just because of that, Kushina said with a grin. They know just how scary Minato can be. If the Hidden Cloud has been developing weapons like that, I'd think it's because they don't want to face that strength in the first place. Obito stopped pacing for a moment, thinking it over, and then started again. You think they'd target somewhere else to prove their capabilities, he said, and Kushina nodded after a second. Katasuke said something similar. That he was convinced it was going to be a weapon of deterrence. If we knew they had something like that, something that could attack Konoha directly, you or Sensei would have to stay here at all times, just in case. They could massively weaken the village's capabilities without directly threatening it. Ah, you think I could handle the big gun? I'm flattered, Kushina said with a grin. But yeah. I hadn't thought it through that far yet, but that feels more likely to me. Kyumo hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet, I don't see why they'd start with an untested weapon. She picked at one of her nails, thinking out loud. If they do want to blow someone up instead of just targeting empty territory, wouldn't it make more sense for them to target a minor village with few allies? Someone no one would raise much of a fuss about? Like the hidden T, or... She paused. Obito stopped pacing, the both of them staring at each other. He knew they had the same feeling, the sense of stepping down and missing a stair and tumbling forward with no idea of where they'd land. He could hear his heart beating in his ears. Or rain, he said. The words weighed them both down, crushing them into silence. When Kushina finally spoke, her voice was flat and her face was pale. Obito, Kushina said. She pushed herself off the door frame. Go. Go right now. Are you sure? He said, his Sharingan already starting to spin. We don't dash. I'm not going to risk it. Kushina snapped, baring her teeth. He's already been there more than a year, go now, and make sure they can come back. It was an order and a plea, and there was no way Obito could ever have resisted it. He spun away, turning to run west and leaving Konoha behind. There was no way, Obito thought as he ran. He and Kushina were just being paranoid. He had no guarantee Katasuke was telling the truth besides his Sharingan, and even if he was there was no way Cloud would have fired the weapon today, and even if they had there was no way they would have targeted the Land of Rain, and even if they had there was no way they would have targeted Megakure, and even if they had there was no way his team would have been unlucky enough to be there when it happened instead of out on a mission or just having fun around the country. It was impossible, impossible. He'd tried so hard to keep them safe when they'd been at his side, and when they'd been forced to go their own way he'd made sure they had all the right lessons to keep each other safe, that they'd stayed together. He'd done everything he could, so how could things completely beyond his control happen now and destroy all that, reduce his fear and love to ashes? It wouldn't happen, he wouldn't let it. He'd show up, confirm Megakure was doing business as usual, and then sneak in and extract them. Who cared if Sakura's mission was done or not? It didn't matter anymore. Konoha was safe, maybe one of the only truly safe places in the world if his worst fears were true. When he got them back there, everything would be fine. When Obito emerged from the Kamui onto the shores of the great lake that surrounded Megakure, it was as bright as day. His legs failed him. The legendary invincible ninja Obito Uchiha who was feared the world over collapsed into the mud of the shore, crashing to his knees. Megakure was on fire. Obito stared out across the lake, his mind going blank. A fourth of the city was gone, utterly destroyed, and consumed by flames. The rest wasn't doing any better, covered in a thick red mist that hung low and glowed in the light of the fires. Huge spires and skyscrapers had toppled on top of other buildings, and chaos ruled as generators exploded and power lines whipped around wildly. The parts of the city that weren't on fire were rapidly flooding. Vapor, smoke, and ash choked the air, so much that even his eyes could barely penetrate it. He'd seen destruction and death before, but never anything to this scale. Even the sacking of the hidden waterfall was tame compared to this. Obito stared, feeling his lips pull back, his teeth bared to the world. Something deep inside him snapped, like a tendon but in his heart. Obito Uchiha had never felt such purity of purpose and clarity of existence up until that exact moment. He realized, as suddenly as if that step he'd taken together with Kushina had finally slammed down to the ground, that he needed to kill everyone who'd caused this. He needed to kill everyone in the hidden cloud, for a start, along with Katasuke Tano, and then anyone who was left in Megakure for forcing his team to come here. If he were still going after that, it would be best to kill Minato as well for sending Sakura in the first place. And then, he would surely have to kill himself, for allowing them all to go. He sat there, a being of pure murder, as orange chakra crackled around him and skeletal hands pushed their way out of his arms to claw at the mud around him. He could do it. He was a ghost. He couldn't save anyone, but he could certainly kill everyone. Then, whether because of the shock of the moment finally washing over him or the intense burning pain in his eyes, he stopped, became human again, and sanity reasserted itself. For more than a minute, Obito sat and watched the burning city with no idea of what to do. He barely remembered his insane, murderous rage. He had to go, to see if they were still alive, but things suddenly weren't that simple. A Megakure had been attacked, but it was still alive, thrashing in agony. Now that he was looking with clearer eyes, he could see ninja everywhere, putting out fires and blocking off floods and keeping more buildings from collapsing, the entire half the city that he could see alive like a tremendous anthill. If he ran in, was there any chance he would find his team in that chaos? Even if they were still alive? And even if he did find them, could he do so without being seen? He wasn't sure. Obito sat, his mind finally waking up, moving faster than it ever had in his life. If he was seen, a shinobi from Konoha, and especially one like him, Rain would rightfully wonder why he was there so soon after the disaster. He wasn't just one person, he represented all of Konoha as one of its most famous ninja. He had to act with a clear head. He was in a position where the actions of a single man could start a war. But still, it took all of his self-control to not sprint across the lake and leap into the city. What do I do? He whispered to himself, still unable to stand. Please, help me. Oh. Angry little Yahiko. Duh. Obito bit his thumb and drew a few drops of blood and then gently placed his hand down, forming a seal array in the mud. There was a puff of smoke and a small blue toad appeared, about the size of his hand. It looked up at him, and then down at the mud it was surrounded by. Well, hey. It croaked in a high voice, flopping down and rolling in the mud. That's a nice change of dash. As it rolled, it caught sight of the burning city and stopped, entranced by the conflagration. Oh, dear. Gammaden, right? Obito asked listlessly, and the toad came to attention. He was still memorizing their names and chakra signatures. Summoning the right toad wasn't always guaranteed, especially when he was this distracted. You have storage and reverse summoning jutsu. Sure do, the toad said. Is that a Megakure? He stood up on his hind legs to get a better look at the catastrophe. I don't. Yahiko has a contract with Miyaboku as well, correct? Obito asked, scared at how cold his own voice sounded. The toad was apparently frightened as well. Yahiko the Amekage. When the toad nodded, he sighed in relief. I'm going to show you 3 people, he continued, and with a blast of chakra he shoved a genjutsu into Gammaden's mind, an image of his team, together and alive. I need you to go find them. If they're hurt or dead, bring them back to me. If they're alive, tell them I'm coming to get them, and then report back to me. If anyone in the city stops you, tell them you were summoned by Yahiko. I don't care for what reason. I have to get back to Konohagakure, I will meet you there. Got it. I got it, Gammaden said, crossing his arms. You can count on me. Without another word he leapt into the lake and made towards a Megakure, swimming with tremendous speed. Obito watched him go, marveling at how cold he felt despite what was probably the largest fire in the world burning less than a mile away. I think I get it too, Obito thought as the toad dipped below the surface and out of sight. I was able to forget for a time, but now I remember. I thought I could hide them from it, or shield them from it, or make them strong enough to fight it. But it doesn't matter how well you hide or where you go or how strong you are, because the thing I was trying to protect them from was violence, loss, fear, and pain, and that's what life is, that's what the world is. This world is hell. Obito Sensei Chapter 61. Part 3. A shinobi is one who saves their hearts. People aren't made to count large numbers. A Megakure is a city of slightly more than 500,000 people. A good amount of the population is transient depending on the season and the economy, but on Friday the 13th of April both are good and so the number remains too big to really understand. Because strategic intelligence and economic estimates require large numbers to be easily broken down, military spies, foreign traders, the nation of Rain's own census takers, and almost all other official sources agree that on any given day Rain's capital will have about 500,000 people calling it home, give or take a couple 10,000. That's for the ease of their own reference, so the number can be abstracted into something comprehensible. 500,000 is too many. If you put that many candles into an improbably large room and decided to count them one by one, it would take nearly 6 days to confirm the number. That would be counting all day, every day, without sleep, or food or any rest of any kind, for 6 days straight. So, just like those official sources, the number will become more abstract for ease of reference. Instead of a large room filled with hundreds of thousands of candles, there will be a small room with only 5. They are set on a table near the window, each flickering with gentle fire. There is a vicious storm blowing outside. The window is blown open. A merciless breeze enters, cold and fast. The candles' flames waver. One of them goes out. ####. For Sakura, the world started spinning. Right before her lips met Haku's, there was a jolt. Neither of them were sure at first of what it was, if it was their overexcited imagination or a real feeling. They both paused, and Sakura's eyes were drawn to the crack in her window. That hadn't been there a second ago, had it? Then, she was picked up and thrown. It was only in hindsight that Sakura would have any clue as to what had happened. She hadn't been picked up and thrown, her building had been. A shockwave of unimaginable power had slammed into it. The top part of the structure, including her room, had been sent flying under the stress like a toy kicked by a lazy child. Everything in the room shattered, the furniture, the floor, and all of the glass. In the course of a second, the life Sakura had built up over a year disintegrated, and most of it was thrown at her in the form of lethal debris. Along with the shattering came the roar, a sound that deafened them both and couldn't be compared to anything else. Sakura had heard many explosions, a several hundred-foot tall tree falling next to her, a tailed beast's scream, a bridge collapsing on her head. She was no stranger to loud noises. Yet this scream was so totally beyond her frame of reference that her entire body froze up in shock, and she could do nothing to stop it. Somehow, Haku didn't freeze. As the room spun, seemingly in slow motion, he drew his hands through the air and shimmering ice followed it, a shield that was drawn across Sakura's body and some of his own. Their back had been to a solid wall, and that doubtlessly saved their lives as countless shards of debris struck the hasty shield. Despite that, some got through, perforating both of their bodies. That entire process lasted perhaps a fourth of a second. In the next fourth, the room continued spinning. Sakura slammed in the wall next to the window and Haku flew at her, eyes wide in shock and not even beginning to bleed from countless small cuts. With still absolutely no idea as to what was happening, Sakura threw out her hands, desperate to catch him. She missed. Haku flew through the shattered window at Sakura's side and vanished. He was thrown out into the city from the tumbling building into a storm of flames and ash and flying debris, and was gone before Sakura could even turn her head. She started screaming, unable to hear herself as gravity gave up on her and she ricocheted around the disintegrating room, the building shaking itself to pieces in the air. Unable to focus and right herself, Sakura could do nothing but scream until the building finally completely shattered, the walls gave way, and she was hurled out into the city as well, tumbling into an inferno. Curled up into a ball and hardening her body as best she could, Sakura Haruno still only survived by pure luck. She smashed into another building that hadn't been leveled by the initial shockwave, crashed through 2 floors, broke her left foot and dislocated her right arm, and ended up sprawled on the floor of a department store. A moment later, a flash firestorm arrived, burned away most of the structure, and set her aflame with its passing. That was when she learned that her new uniform was extremely fire-resistant and durable. It hadn't even torn, and the flames washed over it without catching anything but her hair and legs on fire. She just barely had the presence of mind to roll and channel her chakra to blast water out of her core to douse the flames, leaving her with only first-degree burns and charred hair. Sakura lay like that, crying and in pain and not understanding what had happened until her hearing returned, which was perhaps 2 or 3 minutes. When it did, the crackle of flames, the screams of the injured and dying, and the sounds of more buildings collapsing woke her from her shock and she jolted upright, looking around as her own body howled in agony. She found a sight straight out of hell. The streets of Omegakure were burning, thick with ash and buffeted by hurricane-like winds, and everywhere there were people fallen, dying, dead. Sakura, without a plan for where she was going, staggered to her feet and started looking for help. ####. For Naruto, The world caught on fire. Karen's chakra chains, the same as his mom's, which was something he couldn't even begin to think about, filled the entire restaurant. They formed a defensive barrier, golden light weaving between them, a ninjutsu powerful enough to restrain a tailed beast. A moment later, the windows exploded inward and the whole city shook as a shockwave swept the street clear of people. Naruto saw a couple go flying like a bad action movie, suddenly pulled off stage by a hidden wire. He'd never seen or felt anything like the shockwave before in his life. The fire followed it. It scoured the street, blinded him with its light and heat, and burst into the building with such tremendous violence that all of the furniture exploded and everyone inside was blown off their feet. Only Karen's chakra chains kept everyone inside from dying instantly, and that came with a very important qualifier. The shinobi were merely blown to the back of the room with incredible force and set aflame by the heat. Every civilian present died instantly as the pressure ruptured their internal organs and their bodies cooked in the blazing heat. When the sound of the explosion came, utterly deafening, Karen's chains started to disintegrate. She fell to her knees in the ruins of the restaurant as Naruto and Kabuto were slammed back into the heavy boiling steel work of the building's inner wall. Naruto realized that he was both on fire and that his eardrums had been blown out. Of all of Team 7, he'd been the closest to the origin point of the blast, though he'd also had the most cover. As he collapsed, the back of his jacket seared off. What he called his medic brain started running in a full panic. Eardrums burst, ribs and arms broken, severe burns. Kabuto and Karen were probably in just the same or worse a state. Karen's crimson hair was run through with flames, and she weakly batted at them as she collapsed, the chains from her back falling apart and vanishing and leaving them without protection amidst the conflagration. There were 2 other shinobi in the building besides Naruto and Kabuto, and neither of them were in any position to pick up her slack. The first rule of being a medic was to save yourself before you did anyone else, but Naruto was paralyzed by pain and shock. He started to fall unconscious as he dragged his broken arms to his chest in an attempt to begin to fix his shattered rib cage. The last thing he saw before he passed out was Kabuto crawling to his side. His glasses had exploded, his eyes were shredded. His friend looked over at him, his face utterly covered in blood that was already drying in the heat. Kabuto smiled. ####. It was different for Sasuke. He got to watch the whole thing. Staring up into the sky with Suijutsu at his side and feeling a kind of terror that had been alien to him since the day his father had died, Sasuke watched as 8 beams of red light burst through the high black clouds. He understood at that moment that he was certainly about to die. It was a foregone conclusion. The chakra burning the air directly towards a Megakure was too fast and too much. When it struck, it would explode with such tremendous force that the whole city would be wiped away. He and Suijutsu and everyone else in the hidden rain would be vaporized, and it would happen so quickly that unlike him they wouldn't even have a chance to realize they were dead. Then, reality buckled. A distortion in space tore across the sky, blasting away the remaining clouds and striking the beams as they began to spread out to deliver their deadly payload. 6 of them were tossed away, deflected out at sheer angles and hurled up and out of Sasuke's line of sight in an instant, exploding miles above the city and burying it in strong winds. The remaining 2 were sent off their intended vector, but not as dramatically as the others. They flew down and back, away from a Megakure, and exploded in the air on the outskirts of the city. 2 spheres of fire burst and completely erased part of a Megakure's lake, a chunk of the bridge spanning it, and several buildings close to the coast on the city's eastern side. They unleashed a shockwave and a firestorm that decapitated buildings for miles in and sent so much debris flying that even the Sharingan couldn't track it all. It was infinitely less horrible than the future Sasuke had seen where the attack hit its mark, but for him, what was coming was still probably certain death. The blast rippled down the avenue he and Suijutsu were on, one of the main thoroughfares that ran the length of a Megakure like countless veins. They had just enough distance to try and seek safety from the shockwave while not truly having enough time to find effective cover. In a state that suppressed thought and left only instinct, Sasuke leapt in front of Suijutsu and shielded him from the initial blast. They were both thrown about a mile deeper into the city, slamming through any obstruction in their way, including people. Suijutsu was splattered over a good 100 feet of road, but stayed conscious and alive. Sasuke was much worse off with a solid body and breakable bones. When he stopped tumbling, he was in too much pain to stand up, and could only watch as Suijutsu reconstituted himself and others in the street stumbled to their feet, a few other ninjas who were miraculously intact. Debris slammed down all around them like meteors. Sasuke had just enough strength to roll out of the way of a flaming neon sign still flickering with residual electricity, but before him a woman who wasn't so lucky got crushed under a molten iron balcony. Water from the lake came after the blast, enough to flood the street and leave Sasuke nearly drowning in several inches of it. Then, the fireball came. Unlike his teammates, Sasuke did not have any sort of cover from the blaze that surged down the street and charred anything its path to a crisp, leaving a trail of boiling steam and flames and ash that turned the air and sky black. He watched it come, and lightning began sparking in his hands. For a moment, he was convinced that this was his destiny, to obliterate himself with another half-cocked lightning raisnon and form a fire break to keep those behind him safe from the blast. He wasn't even sure it would work, but it was all he could think to do. Before he could detonate himself, Suijutsu stepped in front of him. Sasuke croaked, feeling his face start to burn from the heat. No. Suijutsu couldn't hear him. He spread his arms and roared as the water covering the streets rushed to and around him, forming a shimmering barricade as his own body grew to 3, then 4 times its size. More water surrounded Sasuke, burying him in layer after layer of compressed, dense liquid. At the last second, Suijutsu glanced back at Sasuke, bound and shielded under his water jutsu, his own body. He started to say something, and the Sharingan read the movement of his lips before he could finish speaking. Don't die, okay? The blast hit Suijutsu head-on and blew him apart. Sasuke, seeing everything with his Sharingan, had the memory of his friend vaporizing right in front of him permanently embedded in his mind for the rest of his life. The firestorm rolled over both of them, carrying away several other shinobi, but others took cover behind Suijutsu's body and barrier. When he burst into boiling steam, they ran, but Suijutsu had successfully blunted the blast of fire. What continued down the street was a shadow of its former self, and guttered out after traveling barely more than a block, thick black flames rising towards the top of the city. Sasuke lay on the ground as Suijutsu's water evaporated, and was practically unharmed when the fire passed over him. Despite that, he couldn't get up. He was stuck staring forward at the smears of ash and outlines on the street that had once been people, at the burning and toppling buildings of Omegakure, and at the empty space where his friend had once stood. It was too much, so much that he couldn't even cry. He felt as helpless as a baby, lying on the ground and trying to figure out where Suijutsu had gone. Amidst all the pain and blood and burns he was already covered with, Sasuke didn't notice as blood began to run freely from both his eyes. ####. Sakura limped forward without a destination in mind. All around her was death, but somehow it had passed her over. There were people running around her, some lying in the streets, all screaming. She was screaming too. Haku. Even if it was stupid, she was convinced that if she called out for him he'd appear. He'd been flung out into the storm, something like that wouldn't be enough to kill him, would it? Haku. Hey. She didn't realize the call was directed at her until it was repeated. Sakura turned, almost falling over her broken foot. It wasn't Haku, a woman she didn't know was staggering towards her, her body fried red and most of her short brown hair burned away. She stopped in front of Sakura and they stared at each other, equally disoriented. She looked like she had the worst sunburn of her life, and Sakura was sure she looked the same way. "You're Akatsuki," the woman said. She had a rain headband wrapped around her neck like a scarf. "Are you all right?" What?" Sakura asked, her ears still ringing. The ninja gestured around at the chaos. People were running, crying, screaming, the streets were in pandemonium. "I can't get anyone to listen to me," she said. "I'm a medical ninja. Are you okay? You're limping. If I heal you, can you get them to calm down?" Sakura blinked. This woman probably had 10 years on her, and yet here she was staring expectantly at her. She took a deep breath, her body trembling. "I don't know how I got here," she admitted. "I was thrown. My foot's broken. I think my arm might be too. I'm not sure if there's anything else." "Sit down," the woman commanded as only a medical ninja could, and Sakura did, plopping down on the ground like she was a kid again. Hmm. Bad burns. Yeah, your foot's busted. It mended with loud pop and crack, and Sakura winced. But your shoulder is just dislocated. It popped back in as well, and Sakura grunted. You're good to go. Sakura stood back up. She still felt like she'd just been put in a microwave for a couple minutes, but with her immediate pain gone she could feel her head clearing a little. It made her terror sharper, but at least she could see the burning world with clear eyes now. The street was littered with rubble, some pebbles and some whole chunks of buildings. The faces of the structures around them had been pockmarked by debris impacts, and one was leaning ominously. There were still people everywhere, all trying to catch their bearings, looking around, in pain. There were corpses too, more than she could count in a single look, smashed to pieces, burned to ashes, split and sundered like the city itself. The medical ninja at her side spoke. Do you know what happened? She asked, obviously confused. Sakura turned to her. I have no idea, she said. But the village has been attacked. She saw the woman had a nasty cut in her side that ran from under her left breast all the way to her hip. It had already been sealed, probably by her own medical jutsu, but was still raw and red. Are you all right? Can you help more? I can, the medical ninja confirmed. She was obviously in agony, her hands shaking, but there was a fierce look in her eyes. Sakura wondered if she looked half as confident. All right, Sakura said, filling her chest up as much as possible. Hey! She screamed, and a couple people glanced at her. They saw the red clouds and stood at attention, quiet gradually spreading as others turned to see what had changed. As Sakura spoke, the street calmed until it was quiet enough that she could hear the screams and crashing from elsewhere in the city. She's a medical ninja! Sakura shouted, gesturing to the ninja at her side. As some people began rushing forward, she clapped and held out her bloody hands. If you have medical training, assess injuries, and form a queue. Worst first. Everyone else, wait your turn. She panted, her whole body heating up. Now that the initial shock had passed, the furnace in her heart was burning with such force she felt like she was going to explode. If you're a shinobi and have water or earth jutsu, come with me. We need to get these fires under control. Only 3 people stepped forward, while the rest, including a young man wearing a nurse's uniform, began chattering with each other, comparing injuries and rushing to the sides of anyone prone in the street. How many can you do? Sakura muttered to the medical ninja, and the woman grimaced. With the bare minimum, maybe enough. I'll have to try. She hissed, clutching at her side. When Sakura looked at her, the woman flinched away. She didn't take a second to wonder why. Don't push yourself, she commanded. The nation is going to need you. I'm sure everyone here is just a drop in the bucket. The medic ninja blinked, and then nodded. Sakura turned back to the rest that had presented themselves with an expectant look. Ready? She asked, and they nodded. She looked around, trying to stay in control, trying not to scream because if she started screaming she would definitely never stop. She had to push forward until people weren't relying on her. It looks like it's the worst to the east. Let's go. It was only after she was blocks away that Sakura realized she'd never gotten the medical ninja's name. Time passed strangely in fits and starts as Sakura and the ninja she was moving with put out fires, pulled people from under rubble, and brought tiny pockets of sense and peace to the burning hell that much of a mega cooler had been transformed into. At first, Sakura's mind was blank as she worked, generating high-pressured gouts of water from her hands and mouth to quell flames and giving the other ninjas simple commands to reinforce structures and create shelters with earth jutsu, but gradually some thoughts began to creep in, slipping around the pragmatism. I feel like we're moving steadily towards something horrible. The great disaster that Haku had foretold all that time ago in the Forest of Death had come true. Was Haku still alive? What about Naruto and Sasuke and Karen and Kabuto and Suijutsu and Nono? What about the Amekage? As Sakura put out fires and unearthed corpses in an apparently Sisyphean endeavor for there was always more fire, more bodies, she could feel dread utterly consuming her heart. What would she do without them? She couldn't handle the future alone, especially not a future where something like this had happened. She kept moving forward, kept trying to do her best, To present an example, as the 3 ninjas she had gathered became 5, 10, 20, an impromptu rescue effort with her at the head despite barely paying attention to anyone who was still alive. Eventually the dread became anger, and then hatred. Whoever had done this deserved to die. It was the same kind of anger she'd felt with Haiden, with Itachi, with Gaara. Sakura needed to find whoever had done this and crush them to death with her bare hands. It was as simple as that. Who did this? The question played in her mind over and over, a drum that wouldn't stop beating. Every repetition filled her heart with more hatred. How could we have stopped this? No matter who it was, how powerful they were, how could I have stopped this? When Sakura found her 100th body, a boy whose head had been crushed by a falling pipe, she decided it was violence. Incredible violence. Indiscriminate violence. Violence that was so great and terrible even its implication kept people from acting, the kind of violence that Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts existed to provide. Violence as a deterrent. Rain hadn't been strong enough, she found herself thinking. No, that was wrong, Rain was plenty strong, but because it did not have a tailed beast, it had been victimized, and doubtlessly by a village that had one, like Stone or Cloud. It was the land of waves all over again. What else could have caused this sort of destruction? That meant the only thing that could have prevented this, could prevent it from happening in the future, was Rain becoming so strong that no village would ever dare attack it again. The nation of Rain had to be able to strike back so fast and so hard at any threat that challenging it would be suicide. That was how you kept something like this from happening. If that was what was needed, Sakura would become the sword she had dreamed about without hesitation. A sword that could collect tailed beasts, like Itachi Uchiha had been doing. How many tailed beasts did you need before no one would be stupid enough to attack you? The simplest answer was all of them. If you had them all and no one else had any, they would have no means of even making you bleed before they were obliterated. That was the ultimate way to stop conflict, Sakura realized. One village, alone at the summit of the world and holding the biggest stick in existence. Her mind latched onto that as she went about her work surrounded by death. Everywhere she went the air was filled with blood and smoke and screams, and eventually she stopped seeing and smelling and hearing it. There was only the next fire, the next collapsed building, and the next corpse. Sakura's hatred grew, and she saved those who were left to save. ####. When Naruto woke up, the first thing he saw was Kabuto's body. He lay on the ground for some time, looking at his friend and wondering why he was alive and Kabuto very clearly wasn't. His whole body hurt, covered in cuts and burns, but his bones weren't broken and his breathing was uninterrupted. Kabuto's glasses were shattered and his eyes were gone, but he still had some dignity in death. He was slumped on the ground, arms at his sides, with a slight smile on his pale face. He looked like he had died at peace. Naruto didn't understand it at all. The building they were in was still on fire, but the flames hadn't reached him or Kabuto. As Naruto sat up and looked around, he found that the only other person still breathing was Karen, about 10 feet away and unconscious. Everyone else in the former ramen restaurant was very, very dead. He stared, his whole body shaking. What? Naruto muttered. How long ago had they been joking, looking at the menu together? A couple minutes at most? What had happened? He felt like he should be crying or screaming or something, but instead he was just sitting there, numb. Like all this was happening to someone else and he'd just stumbled onto the scene. He crawled over to Karen, checking her pulse. Strong, steady. She was strong. She'd tried to save them all, even if he was the only one who'd made it. Her chakra was exhausted. Carefully, Naruto pulled her up and over his back, gently carrying her out of the flaming building. The street had been wiped clean by the shockwave and fire. In fact, it was the cleanest Naruto had ever seen it in his time in Omegakure. Everything else was filthy with ash. He had a distant certainty that some of it was human. There were other fires, but none close. People were screaming. It didn't really penetrate the fog. He set Karen down on the other side of the street, propping her up against a blown-out clothes store, and turned around to go back for the bodies. As he did, there was a rumble. Naruto watched as the restaurant buckled, the ceiling collapsing as the floors above it gave way. Weakened by fire and the tremendous force of the shockwave, the building fell inward, burying the first floor, the remains of the restaurant, and everything inside, including Kabuto. Naruto stared. Blinked. That was when he finally started screaming. It was an incoherent sound that started low and grew in volume until he was screaming his heart out, like if he did it loud enough he could change what was happening. Naruto screamed, chakra boiling off his body and driving away the dust and ash filling the air, blowing up a storm of orange energy that shook everything around him. He screamed and he cursed, falling to the ground and punching the concrete until it shattered, beating his knuckles bloody on the unremitting earth. Fuck. Fuck 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 fuck. It didn't accomplish a thing. It didn't make him feel better. It was just all he could do. Kabuto had sacrificed his life to save him. Naruto knew that as surely as he knew that Kabuto was dead. If his friend had used his medical jutsu on himself first, he would be out here with Karen and Naruto would be in there, buried under a building. If he'd followed the lessons his mother had drilled into both him and Naruto instead of being a hypocrite, he could have saved himself. But instead he'd saved Naruto, and Naruto would have to live with that, which was infinitely harder than being dead. He came to a stop, panting, breathing raggedly. They were both medical ninja. Even if Kabuto was dead, he was still alive, and he still had energy. He couldn't see anyone else alive in this section of the city, it was only Karen that had miraculously saved them. If he didn't want to be a useless asshole, he had to get moving, there were definitely people out there who needed his help. Naruto put Karen back on his back and started running, though his body was definitely not ready for it yet. As he ran, he finished what Kabuto had started, closing up his wounds and healing his burns. It was like waves all over again, even if he was hurt, he needed to save as many people as he could. If he didn't, he'd feel worthless. From the streets Naruto couldn't tell how much of the city was on fire, but it felt like most of it. Regardless of what exactly had happened and how much of a megacooler had been hit, the casualties were still terrible. He didn't have to travel far before he started finding more corpses and then farther beyond them the injured. At first, there was no one he could help, people whose lungs had burst, whose skin had been entirely burned off leaving them barely more than bloody skeletons. Some of them wailed and moaned as he passed them by, and it made Naruto want to start screaming again. It only took a glance for him to know that all he would be able to give them was a slower death, and with so many casualties, he didn't have the time for that. The first man Naruto could actually help looked at him like he was death itself, but had a survivable injury, his leg had been severed at the knee. "You came from there?" he asked as Naruto sealed the injury off and deadened his pain, looking back down the blasted street towards the part of the city that had been basically vaporized, and Naruto had to stop himself from screaming at him. "Yeah," he said. "Stay here for now, all right? And don't move your leg." As he went, he only fixed life-threatening injuries and left superficial stuff for later, the same as Kabuto had done for him. After 40 such impromptu patients, he was finally met halfway by someone who wasn't half dead. Kimimaro Kagaya landed in front of him, Akatsuki uniform flapping in the wind, and Naruto gave him an unimpressed look. "Naruto Namikaze," the Akatsuki commander said. "You're alive. That's good. I guess," Naruto said, shifting Karen on his back. "She saved me, but it wiped her out. Everyone else." He swallowed, tasting ash and looking east. "Kabuto's dead. Pretty much everyone in that direction is dead. I guess that was where it started." "Kabuto Yakushi?" Kimimaro asked with a frown, and Naruto gave an exhausted nod. "Damn. We need all the medical ninja we have." "Well, I'm still kicking," Naruto said. Talking to someone who seemed to have some idea of what was going on was making him feel more alive. "What happened, anyway? What the fuck is this?" Kimimaro gave him an odd look. "No one has any idea. Not even the Amekage. Lord Nagato deflected the attack at the last second, whatever it was, but the source is still a mystery." Naruto blinked. Nagato deflecting something that could cause this was terrifying, but whatever, the guy had mythical eyes and could replace people's whole bodies. And anyway, he'd seen his own dad teleport a huge explosion before back in Waterfall. He could just accept that premise. But It got deflected. He asked. This wasn't. Kabuto got killed by it missing. Well, he certainly would have died if it had hit regardless, Kimimaro said coldly. But yes. There are countless casualties. We are organizing search parties to take them to triage centers. I think you would be better off serving at one of them rather than digging people out of the carnage. Naruto nodded, consumed with a wordless terror as Kimimaro told him where the nearest center was, on Slurry Street. A miss? This had been because of a near miss? What had it been? What the fuck would a hit have looked like? When Naruto made it to the triage center, he found it pretty much the same as the rest of the city, windows broken, rubble everywhere, buildings burned, and filled with the dying. It had been a large gym with multiple floors, but all of the equipment had been piled on one corner with superhuman strength and efficiency, and now the floor was dominated by people on hastily assembled cots in pain as they waited for medical attention. He left Karen in a free bed and got to work. After about 20 minutes, Naruto came to the realization that he was one of the only medical staff present who had experience with mass casualty events. It didn't let him offer any additional expertise, it just came as a chilling thought as he realized that he was somehow one of the people who was actually keeping it together. A little girl looking for her parents tried to get his attention, and he sent her away without hesitation. She wailed as she ran. Was he a bad person for managing to stay calm despite Kabuto being dead, despite Sasuke and Sakura and everyone else maybe being dead, or did that just make him a good ninja? Or a good doctor? He honestly had no idea. The question was difficult enough to consider on a day when thousands upon thousands of people hadn't just died. It really was just like waves. This must have been a Jinchuriki, right? Just like Gaara, another village had released a tailed beast on a Megakure. But where Gaara had just been trying to kill him and Sakura and everyone else and hadn't cared about who got in the way, this had been an attack launched with the purpose of killing as many people as possible. Would there even have been a city left if Nagato hadn't apparently deflected the attack? He pushed himself to exhaustion, took a soldier pill offered by an old man with a long white beard who was soaked up to his elbows in blood, and did it again. When Naruto was in the middle of his second break, which wasn't really a break because it just meant that he was talking a nurse in training through re-inflating a punctured lung because he didn't have the chakra or steady hands to do it himself, he glanced over at the entrance to the gym. People were constantly entering and leaving as the injured were carried in and the treated were shuttled out, and another batch arrived as he watched. This was one of the largest groups yet, and there was someone in an Akatsuki uniform at the head of it, shouting at people to make space and clear more beds as she entered. She had a hoodie up obscuring her face, but her voice made Naruto stir, and he blinked through bleary eyes. When she turned, he and Sakura made eye contact. She froze. Hey The trainee at his side said, gesturing at the plastic tube stuck in the woman's chest. How long do I keep this in for? Probably a couple days, Naruto said, standing up. Just leave her for now. She should be fine. He left the stuttering boy behind, winding his way through beds and rushing ninja towards Sakura. She started heading towards him, and they practically crashed into each other in the middle of the room. To his shock, she wrapped her arms around him and crushed him to her chest. Naruto coughed, going red, but found his arms wrapping around her as well. They stayed stuck like that for more than 10 seconds before Sakura released him. Hey, he said, taking a step back to look her over. She had the world's worst sunburn and her hair was a little crispy, but otherwise seemed fine. Naruto could see the telltale sign of healed cuts and punctures across her face and arms. You okay? Sakura burst into tears, and Naruto winced. Yeah, he admitted. Stupid question. Naruto wondered if he needed to cry too as Sakura wept, but it wasn't really coming now. It probably would later. Instead, he tentatively reached out and took hold of her arm, giving her a squeeze and guiding her towards one of the walls of the room. They stumbled there together and slumped down. Sakura lay there weeping with Naruto at her side with no idea of how to comfort her for nearly a minute. Eventually, he mustered up the courage to put his arm around her, and Sakura's crying got a little quieter. It gradually guttered out until she was just dry heaving, and then whimpering on every exhale. She took a deep breath, her whole body shuddering, and was finally able to speak. Have you seen Sasuke? She whispered, like if she raised her voice she would start crying again. Naruto shook his head. I haven't seen him, he said, as quiet as her. He struggled, a rock stuck in his throat. Kabuto's dead. Karen's okay. She's here somewhere. Kabuto's dead? Sakura asked, turning to him with wide green eyes. Naruto stared at her, feeling an impossible juxtaposition of feelings. I thought. I mean, he's such an incredible medic. That almost got him. Naruto's throat constricted and he closed his eyes, trying to control his breathing. He was. He swallowed, and could breathe again. He could have saved himself, but he put me back together instead. I think. We were pretty close to the source of whatever did this. It was like hell. Sakura didn't speak at first as she looked him over, her face frozen in sorrow. I think Haku is dead, she suddenly said, and Naruto stirred, pressing his head back against the cool wood of the wall. He was dropping off my uniform when it happened, I was trying it on. She gestured down at her Akatsuki jacket, which Naruto couldn't help but think looked amazing on her. The whole building came apart. I think my room got thrown into the sky. And Haku fell out. I haven't seen him anywhere. Naruto couldn't picture how terrifying that must have been. He and everyone else in the restaurant had just been slammed by the blast, most killed in an instant. But Sakura had been thrown. He squeezed her, trying to fake a positive attitude. Haku's a badass, he said, and Sakura glanced at him with obvious doubt. If anyone could handle that kind of thing, he could. And the city's huge. There's medical centers like this all over the place, if he's injured, he could be at one of them. I guess. Sakura drew her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. I feel like we always got lucky before. But if Kabuto's dead? I don't know. Sasuke's gone, Haku's gone. I feel like I'd be an idiot to think they're okay when so many people aren't. There's no reason not to, Naruto said. He had no idea if he actually believed that or not, but it seemed to calm Sakura for a second. It's better than just assuming they're dead, at least. He closed his eyes, feeling how heavy they were. He had no idea when he'd wake up if he fell asleep. We'll see, when they turn up. Side by side, Naruto and Sakura drifted in and out of consciousness as the medical center bustled with energy around them. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he wasn't sure why, and he wasn't sure how much time had passed. It was fully dark outside, the last whips of the bloody sunset vanished and the village no longer lit by uncountable fires, but the impromptu trauma site was still in full swing. It took him a second to figure out why he'd woken up, something was watching him. Under a nearby cot there was a small blue frog peeking out at him with beady eyes. Naruto stared at it, and it tilted its head with an inquisitive croak. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. It asked in a rough voice, and Naruto blinked. Well, that's two of you. Then there was the thud of footsteps on wood, and the frog shrunk away, melting into the shadows of the cot. A series of boots and an Akatsuki cloak dominated Naruto's vision, and he craned his head up with a groan to figure out who'd approached him. He froze. Nono Yakushi was towering over him in full Akatsuki uniform, with 3 more ninja all fully armed and armored at her side. She looked down at him and Sakura with exhausted eyes, and he kicked Sakura's foot, trying to wake her up. No, he said, trying to drag himself up. His whole body was full of lead and dread. How'd you dash? There's the toad, Nono snapped at one of her subordinates, gesturing to the cot. Grab it. The ninja kicked the cot aside, revealing the toad. It let out a startled croak and vanished in a puff of smoke. The man swatted at it, but to no avail, the summon was long gone. He snarled, turning to Nono, and she shook her head. Forget it, she said. At least it's gone. She bent down, bringing her face level with Naruto's. Naruto? Are you okay? No, he said truthfully. But I'm not going to die. What's going on? Where'd you come from? He looked around the beds filling the room, some still populated with untreated casualties. Why aren't you helping? Nono's face was like stone, but it was smeared with dried tears. I will. But for now, I'm here to arrest you and Sakura, she said, and Naruto's brain almost burned out as he tried to process what she was saying. So please, she continued with an empty smile, come quickly and quietly so I can get started on that instead. Arrest us. Naruto said, shaking his head and trying to make sense of it. What? Why? It's the Amekige's orders, Nono said, like that explained anything. She paused. Do you need to be restrained? No. Naruto started. Sakura was awake, speaking from the ground. We'll go. I get it. She stuck her hands out, and Naruto pulled her up. Have you seen Haku? Or Sasuke? The Amekage are searching for them, Nono said. Her face twitched. Is Kabuto with you? Naruto's whole body started shivering, and he stared down at his feet, unable to speak. All he could do was shake his head. He couldn't bear to watch Nono's face. Her voice almost broke him. I see, she whispered. Take them. The other ninja surrounded them and shuttled them off, and Naruto and Sakura descended deeper into the nightmare. ####. Konan looked out over her village through 100 bodies and despaired. Spread out and watching through 200 eyes like this, the devastation of a Megakure was overwhelming. A fourth of the village had been irreparably damaged, it would have to be torn down and rebuilt. Tens of thousands were dead, perhaps a full 100, and 100,000 more were injured. A great wound had been torn in a Megakure's side, and Konan wasn't sure how it was ever supposed to recover from it. All this, and the attack hadn't even been a success. This was the result of a near failure. It chilled her blood to ice. She had finally found her goal, though. One of her bodies drifted down out of the black sky and alighted on paper wings in a park full of tents, one of the few green spaces within the village proper. There were countless people here rushing about and attending to the injured, but as she landed several turned to her, one dropping to his knees, eyes shut tightly, like looking at her would burn him. Amekage. The head doctor for the center stepped forward, a woman with her golden hair cut in a bob. Kirobara, Konan thought, instantly recalling the woman from the endless repository of ninja in her mind. One of the co-heads of one of the southern hospitals. Can we help you? Things are mostly under control here. I have business with one of your patients, Konan said. Ignore me, do your duty. The ninja nodded and leapt back into action, and Konan strode through the sea of casualties. Her eyes were fixed on Sasuke Uchiha, who was lying in a cot in the center of the park. As far as Konan could tell, he was unconscious. The attack had been several hours ago, so that was a little concerning, but there were plenty in similar condition. Injuries and exhaustion could prove too much even for a ninja as capable as Sasuke. Still, she found herself cautious, and she wasn't sure why. Some sixth sense was tingling, telling her the boy was dangerous. Absurd. They weren't enemies, he was still a loyal jonin of Rain. As she moved forward, something caught her eye, a flash of dark eyes. She paused, moved diagonally past several beds, and found herself staring down into an unrecognizable face. Amekage, the ninja croaked, and Konan flinched, leaning in. Her eyes went wide. I'm happy, you're all right. Haku. Konan muttered. The ninja was swathed in bandages that were leaking dark liquid, his whole body covered in horrific burns. You're alive. Nagato will dash. Please. Haku said, his voice as cracked and burned as his body. Don't. I don't want him to spend any of his life on me. One of his eyes was burned shut, but the other was fixed on her, filled with a fervent light. A month of his time is worth all. He rasped, struggling to breath. He's too burned. Konan suppressed a jump. Kirobara was behind her, an ashamed look on her face. We did everything we could, but his body is damaged beyond repair. These kinds of injuries can't be fixed by medical ninjutsu. She sneered. He is not the only one. He's probably right, Lord Nagato cannot afford to fix everyone. He could, Konan thought, nodding at the woman as she struggled to keep her rage off her face. He could fix all of them, but it would be his last act. And right now, it was fully possible Nagato's last act could be Rain's last act. The forced helplessness made her nails dig into her palms, but they didn't draw blood. After all, this body was just made of paper. She turned, leaving Haku behind, and made her way to Sasuke's side. Konan stared down at him, examining him. Physically, he seemed perfectly healthy. Whatever injuries he'd sustained in the attack, the medical team had erased them without a mark. She bent down, pressing her hand to his chest and feeling his chakra. It was jumpy, sporadic, and hot. Konan drew her hand back with a frown. It was no wonder the young man was unconscious. Even if his body wasn't damaged, his internal energy was rampaging, coursing through his body like a flood of boiling water. Was this an Uchiha trait, a genetic aberration? She had no idea. She reached down, ready to pick Sasuke up as she spread paper wings to carry him away. As she did, a pale hand with 3 fingers gently settled on her arm. Konan stopped, narrowing her eyes, and followed the arm up to its owner. She felt her calm facade break, her rage burst through. Itachi Uchiha smiled at her. "Well," he said. "This is unfortunate timing, isn't it?" Across the city, one of her clones began screaming. There, in the park, Konan remained as calm as she could. "Remove your hand," she said in an arctic tone, and Itachi's smile faded. "If you don't touch my brother," he said. Konan nodded, practically vibrating with fury, and they both slowly withdrew their hands, shifting to fully face one another. As ever, Itachi Uchiha looked unperturbed and detached from the world, like he had been gently deposited into place by a giant invisible hand. He looked around, taking in the rest of the park, and Konan realized that this had been the danger she'd been alerted to. He'd been here when she'd arrived, perhaps her showing up had kept him from immediately approaching his brother. "What are you doing here?" Konan asked. Itachi shrugged. "I came here to speak to my brother," he said. "But it seems I arrived at an inopportune time." "Did you do this?" Konan asked, eyes narrowing. "No," Itachi said, quite forcefully. "I had nothing to do with this. This is far too monstrous." He looked past her. "And I'd never risk his life. Not like this. Not with this indiscriminate destruction." "You destroyed one village already," Konan said, wondering if she could form a blade out of her hand quickly enough to cut his head off. But his Sharingan was active, he'd know where her strike was going before she would. "Do you really expect me to believe that?" At that, Itachi shrugged. "I don't, but that is no reason to lie to you. Perhaps you'll look back on this conversation and see the truth in my words." They remained in silence for several seconds, weighing each other. "Is Kakuzu still alive?" Konan asked. Itachi gave her a surprised look. "He was a reliable mercenary. I killed him twice," Itachi said. He sounded impressed. "And he had already died twice fighting your teacher and Rin Nohara. He didn't get up after that." Konan grit her teeth. "So that he would not try to take Fia from you." "Precisely. I felt bad about it, if that means anything." "It doesn't." They stood, and Itachi shifted from one foot to another. "You seem angry." Konan wasn't sure if he was just insane or was trying to throw her off balance. "You betrayed us. And I think this was your fault. You think this calamity befell Rain because some people believed Rain had a Jinchuriki." Itachi looked around. "Well, I suppose that's possible. If it was my fault, I'll take responsibility for it." "How could you ever?" Konan asked, her anger freezing her heart solid. "How could you ever take responsibility for 100,000 souls?" Itachi seemed to actually ponder the question. "Well, I'd have no choice but to try, right?" Konan couldn't think of a response to that, and as she considered the sincere insanity of the Uchiha, he began to pace to her left, rotating around to Sasuke's side. She tracked him the whole way. "Will you let me leave with him?" Itachi asked. "He doesn't seem safe here." He gently smiled. "I get the feeling you were here to collect him. Am I wrong?" "He's under arrest," Konan said. "Why would that be?" "He's a marvelous shinobi. He's the teammate of a confirmed spy," Konan said. This was almost over. She just needed to stall for a little longer. It's standard operating procedure. Once his innocence is assured, he'll be released immediately. The village will need him more than ever. Unfortunately, I am not willing to wait. Itaka stopped on the other side of the cot, staring at her over Suzuki. Their confrontation was drawing more attention, people were starting to stare, to whisper. We will not allow him to leave, Konan said. Not right now. Not in the middle of all this. And especially not in your company. If that's the case, Itaka said. His Sharingan began to spin, and Konan averted her eyes, knowing that the main Jikyo would be emerging. Itaka's Sharingan Genjutsu was infamously powerful. You'll have to stop me. That's fine by us, Konan spat, and she felt Itaka pause. Us? He asked. Then, he realized what was coming. Oh. Like a red spear from heaven, Nagato landed without impact at her side. He didn't even disturb the dirt at his feet as he struck the ground and reared up to his full height, looming over both Konan and Itaka. Konan had never seen him more furious before this day. Chakra was sparking all across his skin, filling the air with the smell of ozone and sending his cloak and hair fluttering from the force of it. His ringed eyes shone through his crimson hair, and everyone in the park felt an invisible crushing weight fall on their shoulders. A few fell to their knees, some of the injured immediately fell unconscious. It was not a man that had arrived. On a day like today, Nagato was a natural disaster shaped like a man. Standing next to him, Konan felt like she was riding the crest of a tidal wave. Of everyone present, Itaka was the only one who didn't back up. In defiance of all natural laws, he stepped forward, one hand falling protectively over Suzuki. Well, Itaka Uchiha. Nagato spoke with cold clarity, pinning the rogue ninja with his gaze. Konan tensed, ready for whatever came next. It seems you'll finally get that meeting with me. Obito Sensei Chapter 62. Makes mistakes. When Obito got back, the sun had set over the village hidden in the leaves. He appeared in the Hokage's office as he so often did and found it empty. Obito looked around with dull, quenched eyes, and sighed. He truly didn't even want to go looking for his sensei, he didn't want to be here at all. He was sure he needed to be back in Rain, but a sense of obligation pushed him forward nonetheless. If Katasuke was gone, Minato had likely taken him to Tni as promised. There were a couple facilities around Konoha they called their home. He stuck his head through the door, looking for a bodyguard, and when he didn't find one grunted again and swirled out of existence. For several minutes Obito disappeared and reappeared across the village, popping in and out of secure facilities and frightening people with his swift passage. He should have gone to Kushina first, he thought. She was the one who'd sent him in the first place, but he wasn't brave enough to face her yet. He needed to know there was some sort of plan before he went to her empty-handed. Sorry, your son may be dead? The city was half destroyed. He couldn't possibly bear that. On his fourth exit from the Kamui, he found what he was looking for. Obito appeared in a stark concrete corridor beside two other shinobi. They were both staring through a one-way mirror into a medium-sized and comfortably furnished room, and jumped away in alarm when he appeared. There were 3 people in the room, Minato, Katasuke, and Ibiki Moreno, the head ninja responsible for torture and interrogation. Despite the name, TNI rarely tortured people nowadays. Seated in a serious position with his gloved hands clasped together and his face set in a thoughtful frown, Ibiki looked more like an absurdly dangerous therapist than someone who would snip your eyelids off as Katasuke, seated in a large couch across from him, babbled incessantly. At Ibiki's side, Minato occasionally nodded thoughtfully, but was otherwise silent as he listened. He was still in sage mode, but there wasn't anything menacing in his inhuman eyes. When Obito appeared, the Hokage glanced at the one-way mirror. Even in a situation like this, Obito couldn't help but marvel at how incredible the Hokage's senses were, sage mode or not. Hey! One of the shinobi who'd been observing, a woman with short blue hair and icy eyes, stepped towards him. Obito Uchiha, what the hell are you dash? Get him, Obito commanded, and the woman froze. Get the Hokage. Right now. She backed away, blinking. Right away, she said after a moment, turning and stepping through a steel door that led into another corridor bordering the room. Obito watched her go with a sort of dull surprise. He had spoken without thinking, and hadn't considered she would actually just follow his order without question. Is something wrong? The remaining ninja asked. Obito turned to him, his manjikyo still active, and the younger man flinched away. Yes, he said, and left it at that. A moment, awkward and quiet, and then the meeting beyond the mirror was interrupted as the other ninja entered and drew the Hokage away. Ibiki made calming motions towards Katasuke, who settled back into his ranting, and then Minato appeared through the steel door. Obito, he said with a curious look. I thought that was you. A Megakure's been hit, Obito said without preamble, and Minato flinched. Half the village has been leveled, and the rest is on fire. I went there on a hunch. I think I arrived just an hour or so after it happened. The village was already coordinating ninja and rescue and relief efforts. The Hokage looked him over, his lips pursed. That's... He paused, considering his words. Sensible, I suppose. Katasuke has been telling us about Cloud's new weapon. Obito twitched. Sensible? That was the first thing he said? The Hokage glanced at both the other ninja present. As members of TNI they would surely have top-secret clearance, but Obito could still see the hesitation in his sensei's face. It seems the Land of Lightning was determined to have a live test. With no political and weaker military allies, Rain would be the natural target. That was a good hunch. It was Kushina's, not mine, Obito said, and Minato's face screwed up a little more. Yeah, he said. A vibration, invisible to anything but the Sharingan, went up his whole body, a tremor of murderous intent as he tried to reset himself. Obito could feel himself slip a little as well at the sight of it. They were both ready to kill, why were they wasting time talking? Did you dash? I didn't go in, Obito said. His fist clenched. I wanted to, but I didn't. I sent a toad. Gamaden. That's good, Minato said, voice flat. Was he thinking about the village, or about his son? Gamaden is reliable, and more importantly, quiet. Cloud has really kicked the hornet's nest now. What's the plan then? Obito said, and Minato shook his head. Obito could feel his teeth start to grind. For the moment, watching and waiting. Katasuke doesn't believe the cannon can be fired sequentially, it needs to be recharged after each shot by a tremendous amount of chakra. But that process can be fast, potentially less than a day. The Hokage's eyes narrowed. A lot depends on whether this was A's initiative, or the new daimyo's. Or both. We shouldn't make a move until we have more information and a better idea of Cloud's motive. Obito's face froze. What does it matter? He asked. They're a threat to the whole world now. Let's go there now. The two of us, let's go there and kill them all. They could do it, too. He was sure of it. A ghost and a thunder god could depopulate an entire village in one night if everything went their way. Minato regarded him with an infuriatingly calm face. We could certainly try, he said, stroking his chin like they were talking about making a difficult dish and not mass murder on a scale that could only be matched by the hidden cloud itself. But they haven't made an aggressive move towards the Land of Fire yet. It would be an unprovoked attack, and one that would invite a massive reprisal if we failed. The daimyo would have concerns. After this. Obito hissed, stepping forward. Minato was like a rock. After killing like this he started to say with a sneer, before Minato cut him off. This is why they targeted the hidden rain, he said. He looked calm, sounded calm, but Obito could sense that under his strong exterior his sensei was on the edge of boiling over. A rogue nation full of rogue ninja, opposed to all the hidden villages and the daimyo both. I imagine that letters of support and thanks, not to mention ingratiation, will be pouring into the Land of Lightning from all across the globe once they inform the other countries what they've done. Combined with what happened in the Land of Waves. Minato, your son was there. Obito snarled. I knew he was. He could be dead. I'm aware. Minato barked, suddenly loud, but Obito didn't flinch back. Well aware. Thank you for letting me know, Obito. He blew out a quick breath, centering himself, and once more he was the implacable Hokage the rest of the world feared. Trust me, I know. I'm going to work on that next. But right now, Naruto doesn't matter. The village does. We're going to wait and see what Cloud's next move is. If they attack us, I'll deflect it. His eyes were as sharp as knives. And if that happens, we'll bring a fury down on them beyond imagination. Obito finally relented, leaning back. He noticed that there were several long cracks winding through the nearby concrete walls. Their chakra had been clashing with such force that the hallway had started shaking, and neither of them had realized it. The other ninja present were pale-faced, pressed back against the walls like small animals trying to stay out of sight. I'm going to use Shisui's eye, he said after a moment, and Minato nodded. If we're going to be waiting anyway, me being out of commission for a couple weeks won't be the end of the world, and I get the feeling we might actually need it. But I'm not doing it until I know what we're doing about my team. I'm going to reach out to our contact in Rain immediately, Minato said, and then let out a dry laugh. For some reason, I can't imagine that even something that horrible killed him. He'll be best positioned to find Naruto and the rest and extract them. Obito didn't like that idea at all, but it was perfectly logical and safe, so he found himself nodding along. Fine. Then as soon as they're all back. If they're still alive, went unsaid, but its echo still washed over both of them. There were several seconds of tense silence, and then Minato sighed. I'm worried, he said, like that wasn't obvious. Itaka set off in that direction not too long ago, after delivering that eye to you. He leaned back against the wall. I'd hate to think of him contributing to that disaster. He's looking for Sasuke, after all. He might not be happy about half the village being gone. To tell the truth, Obito hadn't even thought of that. Shit, he muttered. I don't think he was working for Rain, Sensei. Not the way he was acting. Possibly, Minato admitted. But I suppose we might know for sure soon enough. It was a nightmare on top of a nightmare, Obito thought. He felt like he was standing at the center of a pitch-black whirlpool, impenetrable water that would drag him down and drown him stretching out in every direction. If Itaka was desperate to find Sasuke and decided to cut down anyone who was in between the two of them, how many would die? Would anyone in a village racked by fire and death have a chance of stopping him? And what would he do when he found him? Was he truly just planning to talk? Obito had no idea. He felt helpless, he was helpless. For tonight at least, perhaps one of the most important nights in history, he'd unwittingly assigned himself the position of bystander. His heart was on fire. Obito Uchiha did not want to be a bystander. He'd been a bystander to his own life for more than a decade. He could no longer stand it. Obito, Minato said. He must have seen him shift, seen through him to his heart. Do whatever you want, but don't go to Rain tonight. You already sent an ally, it's too late to make a difference there yourself. Obito glared up at him like a resentful child, and Minato grimaced. If they're alive, I'll make sure they get home. I promise. ####. You know, it would have been much better if I'd come here first, Itaka mused, his hand protectively covering Sasuke's face. I really mixed up the order of my visits today. Konan stepped back, keeping both of the Uchiha in her line of sight. Even she was overwhelmed by Nagato's presence. It was like standing next to a hurricane, knowing that one wrong move could see you picked up and thrown miles away. Yet somehow Itaka wasn't flinching even in the face of that. His Mangekyo had fully emerged, and he stood on the other side of his brother's prone body from Nagato, apparently relaxed and unworried. You would likely have been caught in the blast, Nagato said. Konan had never heard him so filled with rage. Nagato had done his best throughout his whole life to cultivate kindness and gentleness to counteract the tremendous destructive power inherent to his existence. Today, it had all left him. Like many others, you would probably be dead. That's possible, Itaka admitted. He smiled. Sentimentality being the death of me? Wouldn't that have been funny, given my reputation? Why are you here? Nagato asked, unwilling to engage in avoiding Itaka's gaze. Itaka shrugged luxuriously. For my brother. I learned he was here, and I needed to talk with him about something. But seeing the state of things, and how your fellow Amekage is looking to arrest him, I realized it would probably be best to remove him from the village before we spoke. Now, he shifted, one foot sliding back. Would you do me that kindness, Nagato Uzumaki? I don't have any great desire to fight you. Nagato shifted as well. I suspect this suffering is your fault, or at least in part, he said, and Itachi nodded thoughtfully. Konan said the same, he said with a morbid grin. I suppose I am a suspicious character dash. Nagato stomped down, chakra exploding off his body as he raised both hands high above his head. Several things happened all at once. Konan took off, flying into the air on paper wings and circling around, looking to flank Itachi. Itachi flew backwards, carrying Sasuke off of the gurney and onto his back in an impossibly quick motion. Sasuke hung there unconscious, like a stereotypical younger sibling asking for a piggyback ride. Gravity reversed. For several hundred feet around Nagato, gravity reversed, and then stopped. Everyone present except for Itachi and Nagato flew straight up about 50 feet and then stopped, freezing in the air without inertia. A chunk of the park and aid center was impossibly suspended above the sudden violence as Konan darted around below it, people crying out, some in alarm, others in rapture. None of them had ever seen Nagato give his all to anything. Oh, Itachi said. He'd anchored himself to the ground and Sasuke to his body and he was looking up at the floating crowd, as if he were suspended on the ceiling. Gravity tugged at his cloak and hair. That's a dash. On another day, I would capture you. Nagato drove both his hands into the earth and came away with stone fists, smashing them together and channeling more chakra. They boiled, like globes of lava floating around his hands. But today, I have no patience and no mercy. You betrayed us, Itachi Uchiha. I'm going to eat your soul and find out why. Itachi apparently had no idea how to answer that. Instead, he turned and started running. Nagato and Konan chased after him. She came in from above, hurling pieces of herself as ammunition that Itachi danced around with unerring precision. But she was only acting as a distraction, something to slow him down. Flames exploded off of Nagato's feet with every step, driving him forward with successive sonic booms, and as he approached he swung at Itachi's side, trying to burn away part of the Uchiha's chest. Itachi, with one arm occupied with Sasuke, turned to meet the attack with incredible speed. He slapped away Nagato's arm as one of Konan's shuriken buried itself in his shoulder. More jets of flames exploded out of Nagato as he dropped to sweep Itachi's legs, his foot swinging with blinding speed, but Itachi still managed to leap over it. He made several one-handed signs in midair as he started to fall upwards and blew two fireballs of immense size. The first he spat directly into Nagato's face, and the second he hurled up into the floating crowd, the back blast flinging him back to the ground and onto his feet. Bastard! Konan screamed. She threw herself in the path of the attack, spreading her wings wide, and it struck her and detonated with a painful explosion. Her body was fireproof, but the force of Itachi's fireball was unbelievable, easily enough to level a building, and most of her body was completely burned away by it. She did manage to shield the people behind her, but the cost was severe. This body wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Now all she could do was watch. But with Nagato here, that was no problem. The first fireball, hurled directly into Nagato's face, was blocked by a third arm, shiny and plastic-looking, that sprung from his shoulder. There was a high-pitched whine and the jutsu was sucked into a small circle at the center of the palm, vanishing with a trace. Itachi, having just made contact with the ground once more, blinked. He didn't have time to say a thing before Nagato sent the jutsu back. The fireball burst out of Nagato's third arm while the other two hands ran through hand signs, amplifying the jutsu as the lava coating them began to circle in the air, joining the rebounded fireball. It came out twice as large and wreathed in lightning, screaming with such heat that all the moisture in the park evaporated instantly. Itachi was only able to react thanks to his Sharingan. He scuttled back, one foot keeping contact with the ground at all times as he tore up a storm of dirt and grass from the speed of his passage, and black fire leapt from his eye and engulfed the counter-attack. Where the legendary Amaterasu landed it ate away at the technique with impossible speed, leaving a corona of burning black air as lightning struck out with random violence, vaporizing patches of grass and blowing a clean hole through Itachi's fluttering cloak. Then, Nagato thrust out his hand with a shout, and Itachi was yanked off his feet and pulled directly towards him. Bansho Tenin. It was inescapable, the same divine departure that spirited important visitors up into the towers of Omegakuur when they were crossing one of the great bridges took hold of Itaki and dragged him directly into Nagato's waiting arms. He'd been waiting for the Amaterasu, Konan was sure. Even if Nagato could absorb jutsu, the legendary black flames could still seriously hurt him if he was caught off guard. But now, Itaki had used it, and blood was running freely down his face. Nagato could probably see something in his chakra that told him now was the moment to act. Itaki slammed into a brutal grapple, all three of Nagato's arms grabbing hold of him as a fourth sprouted from his other shoulder and covered both of Itaki's eyes. They started pulling, and something translucent began to emerge from Itaki, a shimmering silver energy similar but unmistakably not chakra. "It's over," Nagato declared, and then there was a horrific scream. The scream would have shattered windows if there were any left to break, and it forced Nagato back a step. The sound didn't come from Itaki, in fact, for a moment his whole body went limp, from the effects of Nagato's attack or something else Konan could not know. Darkness beyond black poured out of Itaki's body, spreading from his eyes and mouth and shadow with lightning speed. It speared towards Nagato, as if a living darkness was trying to eat him alive. For a second that stretched for far too long, Nagato was overwhelmed. The darkness poured over him with irresistible strength, and Konan watched as her oldest friend drowned on his feet in a screeching black itcher. Then he screamed back, and both Itaki and the darkness were blown away, tumbling across the field and shielding Sasuke with his body the whole way. Nagato doubled over, vomiting up bile and shadows, and glared up at Itaki with disbelieving eyes. He was pale, sweating. Konan wasn't sure how, but it was obvious the shadow had weakened him. His deafening and blinding chakra had been drained and reduced to merely loud and bright. What? His eyes and aura sharpened. Konan drifted downwards, desperate to be at his side even if she was little more than a torso and head now. What was that? What are you? Nagato, Konan realized with a chill, who could know a jutsu at a glance and had an instinctive control of chakra of every kind, had no idea what Itaki had just done. She didn't either. She knew of shadow control or concealment jutsu, her sensei had mastered several. But that had been nothing like any of them. Itaki was crouched on the ground, Sasuke still on his back, his eyes strangely flat and blank. He shook his head once, very deliberately, and the spark of life returned to them, along with a wry grin. "You're everything that's rumored and more," he said, not shifting from his crouched position as Nagato straightened up. "You know what, Nagato? This is the first time in my life where I've been sure I couldn't win." "Then surrender," Nagato said. He raised his hand again, gathering more chakra as color returned to his face. The floating crowd drifted higher, farther out of reach, and the grass around him was blown back, some lighting on fire. "You're helpless before me." As he acted, so too did Itaki. "Sorry," he said, biting his thumb and rubbing it in the dirt. "But that's not true." "No dash!" Nagato shouted, running through a counter jutsu, but he was too slow. Even if Nagato's mastery of chakra was far above him, Konan could see that Itaki was still, physically, just a little faster. There was an explosion of smoke and chakra and a mighty roar. Itaki no longer stood alone. Behind him, its bulk crushing part of a building, was a monstrous spiky turtle with 3 tails, its single eye blazing with the Sharingan as it started to rampage forward, passing over Itaki. Its charge scattered the floating crowd. At well over 50 feet tall, it sent bodies flying upwards, saved from being crushed by their negated mass but screaming in fear and pain nonetheless. Rushing alongside it were 2 women, one leaping into the air carried by wings that burst from her back and the other rushing ahead as she was wreathed in hungry blue flames. "Run wild!" Itaki roared out the command and turned to run. "A tailed beast?" Konan's brain short-circuited. "No, 3-tailed beasts. The Sanbai, Fu, and the Nanabi, and Ujito Nii and the Nibi had just been unleashed in the center of the village, in the center of a medical center, right in front of them. Itaki had formed a summoning contact with them, brainwashed these ninja and the monsters within them with his Sharingan. He'd played every card he'd had and simultaneously overturned the table in a fit of pique, dumping years of work on them at once. No, 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 no. Not this, and not tonight of all nights. The village couldn't handle more. As dozens of Konan's bodies panicked and began making their way to the battlefield, Nagato stepped forward, directly into the path of the rampaging Sanbai. You. He was seething, chakra sparking off him, so coherent and violent it left white traces in the air like the backstroke of lightning. The beast reared up and stared down at him, a Baijuadama forming in its mouth, and Nagato let out a scream of rage and reached up with all four of his arms and pulled, yanking at the air in front of him. A tremendous invisible force smashed down on the Sanbai's face and slammed it to the ground, its head crashing down and barely missing Nagato. As the beast groaned and tried to rise, Nagato lashed out and grabbed the Baijuadama before its mouth, physically seizing it as it began to destabilize. He grunted in fury and began to crush it down, compacting it further and further as he began sinking into the ground under its tremendous weight. In a moment it was the size of his body, and then his hand, and then he crushed it between all four of his hands with another terrifying scream. It's much easier to destroy than to create. He roared, smashing the compressed Baijuadama to dust. As he did, Ujito Nii and Fu reached him, sweeping in from either flank. Nagato blocked Fu's punch, but Ujito managed to drive a flame-covered knife into his blind side. Konan let out a scream as blue flames burst across Nagato's body, scorching his flesh and burning away some of his Akatsuki cloak, but the fires guttered and the knife crumbled to dust in seconds, leaving behind a large, bloody wound. Nagato didn't even seem to notice. And that is all you are capable of. Ujito Nii leapt back, hurling 3 blue fireballs in quick succession, but Nagato chased after her and slapped them out of the air without care, sending them slamming into the earth. With a fierce shout and without care for his injuries, he seized the Nibijin Hiraki by the leg as she tried to jump away again and threw her over his shoulder, jet engines of both chakra flames and mechanical construction forming across his body spontaneously and turning a simple shoulder throw into a hammer blow that caused a small earthquake. Nagato shattered most of the field and buried Ujito Nii at least 10 feet underground. The blue flames around the woman flickered out, and she slumped unconscious in a deep crater. You are a pillager, Itaki Uchiha. Nagato spun on Fu, thick red blood pouring down his side as she threw a series of punches and quick kicks at him, staying airborne and darting back and forth. Any one of the blows could crush bones, but Nagato blocked and redirected most of them. The ones that slipped through shattered both his artificial arms and left a nasty cut on his forehead, leaving him covered in more of his own blood. Konan's stomach flipped. She'd never seen Nagato so injured, not even after battling Hanzo. But he wasn't slowing down. If anything, Nagato's wounds seemed to be driving him into even more of a relentless rage. He leapt into a flying knee assisted by wind chakra and sent Fu down gasping for air. She just had enough time to look up and try to roll away before Nagato's leg came back down as a wind-style axe kick that slammed into her back with such violence that another crater formed beneath the both of them. The second Jinchuriki bounced several inches into the air and landed with a painful thud. As she tried to crawl forward, gagging and struggling to breathe, Nagato stomped down on her again with even more force. Something broke with a loud crack, and her wings stopped their relentless beat. You are not like us. You could never build anything of your own. Nagato rounded on the Sanbai, still trying to rise, and drove his fist into its chin, the only thing he could reach. The Sharinon in the Sanbai's lonai began swirling away, replaced by endless rings, and Nagato continued punching, his chakra booming through the air and reverberating through the entire Baijuyu in visible waves of purple light. The beast stilled, shuddered, and collapsed. You take and you steal and you kill. No more. As Nagato fought, Itaka fled. Konan only saw his initial escape. By the time Nagato was done, she'd lost sight of him. The battle only took 20 seconds, but that was all the time a ninja like Itaka needed to be long gone. With the Jinchuriki and the Sanbai fallen, Nagato went to each in turn and placed his hand on them, concentrating. There was a puff of smoke, a ceiling contract breaking, shattered, and replaced by the Rinnegan's indomitable power. Itaka was in terror as he ran, Konan was sure. She saw it on his face as he escaped into the city, Suzuki on his back. How could he not be terrified, faced with Nagato? How could anyone escape that fear, even his dearest friends? Nagato let out a long, rough breath, his chakra receding and becoming less unbearable. Blood dripped heavily from his hands, torso, and head as he turned towards Konan. Did you see where he went? He asked, and she shook her head. I'm looking, she said, bringing a hand up to brush away some of the blood from his face. Her other clones were sweeping the city as they spoke. You can't sense him. I could not before, nor now. He's a master at suppressing his chakra. Nagato brushed away her hand and broke off the remains of his extra arms with a dour look, smearing the plastic over his wounds. Konan watched as it turned to flesh. Nagato may have been incapable of ordinary medical jutsu, but his body accepted his own chakra without issue. And Sasuke's is too weak to track at the moment. Damn. Konan couldn't think of anything better to say, the situation was just too unbelievable. She looked up at the floating crowd and then back at Nagato with an arched eyebrow, and he blushed. Right. He made a gesture, and the floating people drifted gently back to earth, settling to the uneven ground. The sandby took up so much space that in several places people were packed shoulder to shoulder. Medical ninja began rushing around, checking on the injured and reorganizing the shattered park as the numb silence of the crowd broke into screams, cheers, and whispers. So far as Konan could see, Nagato's efforts had prevented more deaths, but many of the injured were even worse off. Sorry for the inconvenience, Nagato said in passing to Kirobara, and she shook her head with a grimace. The alternative would have been much worse. Thank you, Lord Nagato. Her eyes drifted to the prone bodies of the Jinchuriki Ataki had unleashed. Should we treat them? Yes, Nagato said without hesitation. But try not to wake them. They're still dangerous. The smaller one's spine is broken, be gentle with her. Kirobara nodded and began barking out orders, and Konan drifted to Nagato's side. 3 by Jiryu, dropped in our lap. She said, and he glanced at her with a grim look. They both turned to look at the unconscious sandby. Even sprawled on the ground it towered over them. Itaka couldn't have been that stupid. He must have known you would have been able to handle them, no matter how surprising it was. His instincts should have been good enough for that. Perhaps, Nagato said with a distant look. It's a dangerous thing we have here. I imagine he'll want them back, but for the moment. He blinked. The nation of Rain now has the most tailed beasts in the world. In the span of several hours a Megakuer had gone from suffering a devastating wound to potentially commanding unbelievable military power. Konan couldn't wrap her head around it, not right now in the midst of everything. This would only make sense in hindsight. She couldn't help but say it. I suppose he did promise to deliver the Nanabi to us, Konan said, and Nagato smiled, just for a second. True enough, he said, looking troubled. But, it was a nonsensical thing to do. He risked this much, gave up this much, just for his brother? Just to speak with him. He's insane, Konan said. Another one of her clones arrived and she melded into it, regaining a full body. Throughout the city, there was still no sign of the Rogue Uchiha. It wasn't a rational thing to do. Not even Sasuke Uchiha is worth 3-tailed beasts. It wasn't rational, of course, Nagato acknowledged. He was looking over the entire area now, cataloging the wounded. His eyes fell on Haku, and lingered. Konan thought he must have recognized his chakra even under all the bandages. Nagato's face fell in a deep frown. He was terrified. Who couldn't be when faced with you, Nagato? Konan asked. Her friend shook his head. Not of me. He never even flinched when he was facing me. Nagato started walking towards Haku, and Konan followed after. They moved past the tremendous body of the sandby, leaving it behind them. Then of what? Losing Sasuke? She asked. I don't know, Nagato admitted. All I know is that he did something as reckless as this for his brother. Itaki Uchiha is different, that shadow of his was like nothing I've ever seen. Right now, it doesn't matter. He reached Haku's side, and bent down. Haku. That is you, isn't it? I'm sorry for jostling you. It's fine. Lord Nagato, Haku croaked. He was much closer to death than he had been before the brief fight, even Konan could see that his life was steadily draining away. You seem in a rough way. Aldesh as Nagato started to reach down, Konan touched his shoulder, and he stilled. Haku coughed, a wet, rough sound. He doesn't want you to help, Konan said. Not worth your time, Haku spat in agreement. wouldn't be fair. Nagato stared down at him, and then looked back at Konan. He does not get to decide what I spend my life on, he said quietly. None of you do. I thought that was well established. He does not, but you should still respect his wishes, Konan said. Her grip on Nagato's shoulder tightened. Nagato, I know what you want to do. Even if it would be goodbye, I'd want you to as well. But I don't think Itaka was responsible for this, we don't know who is. She stepped in, voice dropping to a whisper. You cannot spend your life now, not by small measures or in full. This could happen again. You need to be here, at your strongest, to stop it if it does. Otherwise, everyone you save would just die again, with no hope of being rescued once more. Nagato looked her over, a terrible anger burning his eyes, but Konan held her ground. In the face of her resoluteness, the legendary eyes wandered, closed. He breathed out, and she felt him relax under her hand. She stepped away. You're right, he said quietly. My apologies. He looked around the park, and his hands curled into fists. There's another way. ####. When he was done talking with Kushina, Obito felt that he should speak to Mikoto. It would be the right thing to do, it would be cruel to hide what had happened from her even by inaction. But he just didn't have the energy for it. The idea of facing another terrified mother left him unable to take a step forward. He stood there in the street for several minutes staring up into the cloudless sky and drinking in the stars with no idea of what to do next. Maybe we can go get dessert if you finish up quick enough. Obito twitched. Right. All this had been the same day. The Hokage's meeting, his date, Itaka's arrival, the mission in Cloud, Rain, everything felt months apart. Where was Rin? He didn't have a clue. The thought of sitting down and eating like everything was fine made him ill. He needed to lie down. Obito teleported back to his apartment, appearing in his living room. As he arrived, there was a pulse of chakra and he jumped, looking around. A barrier jutsu, sloppily placed. Who dash? Minato appeared out of nowhere like a mirage, and Obito gave him an irritated look. You said that. He grunted, and Minato nodded. Quickest way to know you were home. He lifted up the couch and removed 2 seals from the bottom, a high ration, and whatever barrier jutsu he'd placed. Sorry about that. Orochimaru responded, he'll be extracting Team 7 tonight, in about 2 hours. Now that they were alone, his sensei spoke the Sunin's name without reservation. He knows where they are. Obito demanded, and Minato shook his head. He knows that Sakura is okay at least, apparently she was leading some of the emergency response, he said, and Obito was buried in conflicting emotions. Relief, pride, fear, curiosity, anger, they all washed over him and muted him as Minato kept talking. He's not sure about Naruto and Sasuke, that's what the extra time is for. He's going to pick them up and take them to where the Saru and Kizo rivers meet, a bit east of Omegakure. Do you know it? Obito closed his eyes, calling up a map of the Land of Rain. I know it, he said after a moment. That close. He doesn't want to be gone for too long. And I agree, he's our most valuable agent there now, regardless of our personal relationship, Minato said with a grimace. Can you meet them there? Anyone else I'd have to dispatch now. Of course, Obito said without hesitation. You don't even have to ask. Good, Minato said, and then paused. You talked to Kushina. I did. And Mikoto. Obito's silence answered that, and Minato bowed his head. Well, hopefully there'll have been no reason for her to worry, he said after a moment. You'll rest. I'll try, Obito said, knowing it would be fruitless, and Minato nodded and vanished. Obito milled around the apartment, stared at the VCR player, opened his fridge, and cracked a book before he was forced to admit that nothing in the world sounded appealing to him right now. He brushed his teeth, splashed his face with water, changed into night clothes, and lay down in bed. If he could sleep for even an hour, it would be mission accomplished. He hadn't thought like that in years, basic self-care as a mission. That wasn't a good sign, Obito thought, staring up at the ceiling. He was backsliding. He was stuck like that for maybe 15 minutes, wondering and worrying and staring at nothing, before he thought that this really wasn't working. Maybe he should go talk to Shisui and Kakashi or something. They at least wouldn't ask uncomfortable questions like, "Did you get my kids killed?" or, "What if Konoha gets blown up next?" No, Obito realized, that unfortunately wasn't true. The dead could ask questions, though only the ones you brought with you. He was trapped with those thoughts wherever he went. There was nothing that could save him from himself. A board creaked, and Obito froze, looking away from the ceiling and to the bedroom door. For an insane second he was convinced it would be one of the dead he'd just been thinking about standing there, but the reality turned out to be far more frightening. Rin was there, still dressed for their date and watching him with her arms crossed. They stared at each other for an uncomfortably long time, and eventually Obito blinked. How did you get in?" he asked, his throat dry, and Rin cocked his head, looking him over with a quizzical expression. He was under the covers, just his head peeking out. It must have looked comical. "You never lock your door, Obito," she said, taking a step forward. Well, she had him there. It was easy to forget when he rarely used it. "I went looking for you, Kushina said I might find you here." "Sorry." He sat up, pulling the covers with him. "I should have. Did she tell you what happened?" "A little." Another step. She'd been crying. Not everything she said made sense. "Yeah," Obito muttered. "That's about right." She was close now, close enough that Obito realized he didn't really understand what was happening, why she was here. It was like a dream. Maybe he'd had this dream before, though he'd never admit it. "Are you okay?" she asked. "You're pale." "No," he said, deciding to be honest. "Sorry about our date, again. I guess I couldn't even finish it right." "Way beyond your control," Rin said with a bit of a grin. "You're waiting." "Yeah. I'm waiting." Obito lay back, closing his eyes. "Sensei asked me to leave in about an hour and a half to pick up my team." The rest of the thought emerged unbidden. "Or what's left of them." "Not much time for you to rest," Rin said matter-of-factly, and Obito nodded, his eyes still closed. He heard a shuffle, a thump, and frowned. A weight came down on the bed, and Obito froze. He cracked an eye open, the left one. His vision in that eye was truly terrible nowadays, especially when his Sharingan was deactivated, but he could still see that Rin had sat down on the side of the bed. And maybe it was his imagination, but he was pretty sure she wasn't wearing a shirt. Or pants. She'd stripped down to her underwear. "Scoot over," she said with authority, and Obito felt like he had no choice but to obey her. "What?" he asked, feeling his heart speed up. He couldn't tell if it was excitement or panic, maybe both. "Rin, what are you dash?" "Don't get any ideas," Rin said with a soft laugh. "We've only been on one date, remember? I'm not that kind of girl." Obito lay back, too terrified to move, and Rin sighed. "Roll on your side, huh?" she said, and at a loss for words Obito did, putting his back to her. He almost jumped when her arm wrapped around him, her body pressing against his. There was a feeling like an electric shock that ran through his entire body, his spine transformed into a live wire at her touch. "Rin." He muttered again, and she shushed him. "Sorry," she said. "I know I'm a medical genius and everything, but this is the best I could think of." When he didn't respond, she settled in deeper. She was warm. Obito could feel a blush spreading across his face, but after a moment he gave in to his instincts and settled back into her, feeling his too-fast heart gradually slow down. "I don't know if things are going to be okay," Rin whispered, and Obito realized that no matter how good she was at keeping her cool, she was just as scared as he was in her own way. The world was changing before their eyes and for the worse, and they were both adrift and uncertain. This was just as much for her as it was for him. "I don't either," he whispered. He shook once, violently. "I don't know what I'll do if—" "Not right now," Rin said gently. "We'll know soon enough. Right now, just try to relax, okay?" She took a deep breath, her chest rising against his back and her breath warm on his neck, and Obito felt another shock, the almost blinding urge to just roll over and grab her. He restrained himself, That wasn't why she was here, not tonight. Just breathe with me. He tried, following her deep breaths with what felt like minutes between cycles. Inhale, exhale. In, and out. Obito didn't know how long it took, but somehow, he started to calm down. Despite the mounting storm outside in a universe of infinite darkness that he'd witnessed with burning clarity not an hour before, despite his fear and hatred and frustration, despite an uncertain and bloody future stretching out indefinitely before him. Despite all that, with Rin pressed against his back, Obito managed to fall asleep. Obito Sensei Chapter 63 is guided by things beyond their control. At around an hour before midnight, Omegakure's leadership came together for their first coherent meeting following the attack on their village. It was not a very formal venue. Konan, Nagato, Yahiko, Kimimaro Kagaya, and several other high-ranking shinobi including Nono Yakushi basically crashed into each other on the rooftops of Omegakure, thick with smoke and bloody neon light. There they held an impromptu summit as they discussed what they'd seen, what they'd done, and what had happened since a quarter of the village had been consumed by fire and death. Rough casualty numbers were a chief concern. Rain had been decimated twice over. Basic estimates were that at least 100,000 people had died, with that and some also being injured. It was easy to say that 50% of the village's population were casualties. There was a perverse relief in that the dead and wounded were mostly civilians. Shinobi had naturally weathered the blast, shockwave, and fireball better than those without command of chakra, though over 1,000 of the village's ninja were still dead or injured beyond recovery, including Ki and several other members of the Akatsuki. This put Rain's military strength in an odd place. Ordinarily over 7,000 high-quality shinobi would be sufficient to defend the borders, but these extraordinary circumstances made leaving the country or even taking active missions dangerous. However, up until 2 hours before Rain had not any tailed beasts to enforce its sovereignty. Now, thanks to Ataki Uchiha's madness, they had 3. 2 of them were contained in foreign ninja, and the Sanbai in one of Rain's own. The Nanabi Enfia was not too much of a concern. Her spine could be healed by the medical division with the help of the regenerative powers of a Jinchuriki, a task Nono swore to address personally, and on paper Waterfall had a defensive alliance with Rain, which the attack would certainly trigger. If the hidden Waterfall failed to meet their obligation, Fia would simply be taken as collateral. There was no time or inclination for kindness there. The situation was simply too serious for any of those present to see things any other way. Ujito Nii and the Nibi was a more complicated case. As the conversation went, she could be returned, recycled, or held as a hostage. Returning her might buy good faith with the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud, but what good was faith worth now? Ripping the beast out of her and taking it for their own was a possibility, but if the truth was found out, Cloud would certainly declare war on Rain for stealing one of their tailed beasts and killing one of their elite ninja. Holding her hostage was the safest option, and it was what Nagato, Konan, Nono, and 2 others voted for, keeping Ujito Nii alive for the foreseeable future. Now, they had a bargaining chip with the Hidden Cloud, though the details of how she'd come to be captured by the Nation of Rain were absurd and unbelievable. Thus, the meeting turned to the next most important topic. Who had committed this terrible crime against them, and what would be their equally terrible response? There are 3 suspects in my eyes, Kimimaro said. He was pale, covered in dried blood. He'd been dragging bodies from the rubble for hours. Stone, cloud, and leaf. Sand and mist? Nono asked. Her face was streaked with dried tears. No one begrudged her. Her son was dead, alongside so many others. Too weak, Nagato muttered. He was drained, both from his battle with Itaki and the Jinchuriki and from the events of the night. He, more than anyone present, knew how intense the suffering of Omegakure was, and how much worse it could have been. An attack like this must have required a Baijuya, though I have no idea what could have produced the beams I tried to turn aside. Gaara of the desert does not seem capable of the technique, given how he fought in the land of waves, and missed as far and consumed with its own troubles. Did turn aside, Konan said, exhausted but unwilling to let Nagato ignore all those he'd saved. But I would agree. And I do not think it was Ataki Uchiha. He was too attached to his brother to risk his life with such a reckless attack. For that at least, I believe what he told us. It came from the east. Yahiko was quiet. Not quiet in a calm way, Conan thought, but quiet like a battlefield after the fighting was done. He was seething, every word delivered with as much impact as possible. He had been coordinating the village's response from the CCCC, giving direction and purpose to panicking and dying shinobi and civilian administrators, and the exhausting work seemed to have left him hollowed out. That does not necessarily rule out stone, but what would their motivation be? The fence-sitter has not seen any need to interfere with Rain's business before, bar the occasional skirmish. I can't believe that he would launch a preemptive attack like this, it's not in his character. So then Kimimaro began to ask, and Yahiko sneered. It was the leaf, he grunted, and Conan turned to him. Don't dismiss the hidden cloud so easily, she said. The look Yahiko gave her cracked her heart. Their daimyo hates us, Kimimaro made sure of that. Their Jinchuriki are well trained. If they believed we were responsible for Yujito Nii's disappearance, they could have sent the Eight Tails to devastate the city. We discussed just this yesterday, remember? Absolutely, Yahiko said coldly. The Hidden Cloud are merciless bastards. But do you really think they would send a Jinchuriki halfway across the continent, risk it being captured, and not accompany it with a full-on assault? He spread his arms, looking out over the smoldering city. I think if Cloud had done this, our village would be full of enemies now. The attack would have destroyed us completely if Nagato had not deflected it, Conan pressed. They might not have known of his capabilities. If that was the case, they may have been arrogant enough to send the Eight Tails alone. Do you think the Haxabi would be capable of that destruction in the first place? Yahiko bit out, and Conan flinched. It's well known that it's the most versatile of the Baijuya, not the most powerful. That honor belongs to the Kyuubi. That is why Konoha kept it for itself all those decades ago, so their power could not be questioned. Its chakra is red, Nono said faintly, and Conan turned to her. I've seen it. I don't know if the Haxabi's is the same, but the color the sky turned. She paused. But be aware, Yahiko. You are supposing that Kushina Uzumaki herself attempted to destroy the very city her son was living in. You cannot separate a beast and its Jinchuriki. She is an honorable woman, I'm not sure she would be capable of such a thing. But as you say, she is a Jinchuriki, Yahiko said, his anger now barely restrained as he paced and gestured. She is defined by sacrifice. She let Naruto run off here when she and the Hokage must have known we would not return them willingly. At that point, both of his parents gave him up. His voice grew more incensed. Minato Namikaze has killed hundreds with his bare hands, with a knife, and you think he would hesitate at the notion of his own son being collateral damage? I don't think so. He may have been Jiraiya Sensei's student, but he never took in his true teachings. How could he have, with so much blood on his hands choking his senses? He paused, looking over them all. Conan felt a chill run down her spine at the fury in Yahiko's eyes. He'd had the most time of any of them to think, to dread the future, and to connect any possible pieces. Listen to me, and then judge for your own, he said with contempt. Rain is on the verge of overcoming the status quo and replacing one of the great villages. From here, things would only grow more unpredictable for those at the top. Each word was delivered like a punch. Konoha is the largest, the mightiest, the most invested in the status quo. Their economy is the strongest, they likely will not even notice the disruption of trade this will cause the continent. They are close enough to launch an attack like this without us being able to notice the travel of their ninja. More than that, they have 2 shinobi who can teleport, coming and going as they please. They are the only ones who could bring a Baijuya to the village's outskirts, direct its attack, and then return to the hidden leaf without trace of their passage. Now you suppose Sakura's own sensei decided to murder her? Conan asked. Yahiko's face twisted up as he spoke. Obito Uchiha is a monster. Or perhaps he believed she was dead. We removed the Hokage's mark from her. If that was used to track her But the toad you detected, Conan continued, remembering the panic Yahiko had flown into when he'd directed Nono to capture the summon. It was spying on Sakura and Naruto. If the Hokage sent it as you believe, why do so after the attack? Information is imperfect, and decisions can be regretted. Yahiko barked. He took a breath, baring his teeth. We revealed to Sakura Haruno that we had no tailed beasts of our own, no deterrent, removed her curse seal, and the next day we suffer this attack. We know she has been meeting with a spy here, though their identity is still a mystery. Then, in addition to that, just hours after the attack is launched, Itaki Uchiha, supposed rogue ninja who kept the Nanabi for himself, arrives to collect his brother and attempts to assassinate Nagato, our only defense against this violence. Supposed. Nagato said, sounding doubtful. He unleashed those Baijuyo to aid his escape, not to kill me. He turned and ran. I don't believe Itaki is a rational dash. Yahiko snapped. It was to turn the eyes of the world to us. He roared, pointing at Nagato with such force he and Konan both had to step back. The other ninja present flinched as well, but they weren't the focus of Yahiko's anger, it was all set against his oldest and closest friends. The Nanabi, whom we supposedly stole, the Sanbai, long missing from Mist, and the Nibi, to validate Cloud's suspicions. With this, the world will be united against us. Konoha will not even have to shift from its comfortable seat at the summit as the other villages tear us apart. You can't seriously believe that Itaki was working for the Leaf, Konan shot back, feeling an angry flame in her. She didn't think Yahiko was entirely wrong, but she hated when he became this person, obsessed with being right, with domination. Not after what he did to his clan. And yet, Yahiko sneered, he apparently has such love for his brother, love enough to toss away three-tailed beasts for his sake. How does that balance out, Konan? The mad prodigy, who loves his little brother but slaughtered his family, his father, and vanished. He stopped pacing, his face dark. Which seems more likely in the face of that? Madness? Or a calculated killing? Maybe even by the will of the Hokage. He twitched. Konoha is large, stuffed with clans, and the Uchiha were one of the most prestigious and powerful among them before they were decimated. Perhaps they grew too ambitious, and had to be cut down to size. Then why not just give few to Konoha? Konan said, letting her anger show. You've always resented the Leaf, Yahiko, but now isn't the time to dash. It is only speculation, Kimimaro calmly cut in, and both Konan and Yahiko spun on him. He made a mocking gesture of surrender. And truly, it does not matter. That made Konan pause, narrowing her eyes, and Kimimaro stood up straighter. I speculated as to the source, but it was only academic. Whether it was the Hidden Leaf, or Cloud, or Stone, or some new faction, weapon, rogue, it's pointless. What we must do is the same regardless. Konohagakure is the closest, the most dangerous of our rivals. The Fire Daimyo has already tried to blame the sins of the hidden sand in the Land of Waves on us. He will pressure the village and drive them to war with us, if he has not already. His eyes were cold and pale as bones covered in frost. We have to gut them first, or at least bloody their nose. The world must be shown that we are not weak, even after this. In fact, we are stronger than ever. If we don't, the imagined weakness will become reality, like you said, Yahiko, the world will tear us apart. It's time to take the revolution abroad. I won't allow this, it's far too hasty, Konan said with a grim face, drawing herself up with all of her considerable authority. The rest of those present turned to her. We have coincidences here, horrible coincidences, but not evidence. No, you called the Land of Fire your home for years. Do you think the fourth Hokage would ever condone an attack like this? Yahiko was frustrated, but he remained silent as they waited for Nono's answer. Eventually she spoke, quietly but firmly. I could see it, in the right circumstances, she said. Minato Namikaze is a paradox. Merciless in battle, but gracious to his friends. If he had been convinced by the right people, I could see him deciding to destroy the nation of Rain without hesitation. He is a man who'd kill one person to save 10 every time. But it would have been very strange of him to send Sakura and then to throw her away the moment the Nanabi was confirmed to be out of our hands. There is information we are missing. Perhaps the daimyo are coordinating, Kimimaro suggested. Lightning strikes, and fire follows, if I recall correctly. He turned to Konan. But it changes nothing. The Hidden Leaf will still stab us in the back the moment we turn our attention from them. They must be culled first. I refuse, Konan said, feeling her nostrils flare in anger. Yahiko and Kimimaro were against her, the rest divided. She felt in her heart that she had a duty to be the voice of reason, no matter how much opposing them hurt her. Sakura Haruno is still alive, she is our first and most valuable recourse in this situation. Konan turned back to Yahiko. Yahiko, please, she said. You heard her plan for yourself, you know she was sincere. She wants to unite the world, not divide it. We have a unique opportunity here. If the leaf was the one to attack us, it will turn her against them, and perhaps Naruto too. We'll keep two incredibly valuable ninja, and ones who are good for more than battle too. They're smart, they could change the world. Yahiko narrowed his eyes. And if they simply take her? He asked. What if we send her as an ambassador and she never returns? I would consider it a statement of guilt, Konan said definitively. And Sakura is willful, she would not allow herself to remain in Konoha if they were responsible. If it was somehow Cloud who attacked us, Sakura and Naruto could be our bridge to peace, they could unite us with the Hidden Leaf, the Mightiest Village, and we could crush Kumigakure together. Kimimaro sat back, crossing his arms. It delays the inevitable, he grunted. But it would at least keep us from potentially fighting on multiple fronts. I'm not opposed to it. Nagato and the rest were quiet. Yahiko stared at the ground, scratching his chin. He blew out a breath. They're still in custody? He asked, and Konan nodded. In the CCCC, she said. There hasn't been time to collect them. Yahiko pursed his lips. Then bring them here, he said. Nagato nodded in agreement. We'll pick their brains as well. Nagato, you're willing to question them? Of course, Nagato said. Sakura is a trustworthy ninja. I don't believe she would object. Fine then, Yahiko muttered. We'll get them, and resolve this question then. Konan sent a clone off, and the leaders of the Nation of Rain continued to rebuild their shattered village. ####. Sakura was pacing in her cell picking relentlessly at the hem of her uniform when Naruto finally stood up and stopped her. Hey, he muttered. You're freaking me out. Sorry. She let out a frustrated sigh and he returned to the corner, sliding down it and staring at the ground. She turned to the bars of the cell and the man keeping watch over them. How much longer is it going to be? He's a medic, you know. We should be helping out. The ninja guarding them, an older man named Kyusuke, shrugged. It'll be when it'll be, he said. You're here until someone comes to collect you or relieve me. Simple as that. Sure, Sakura said. I get that. But can you at least see how long it's gonna be? She gestured at Naruto. We're not even cuffed or anything. We could just break out. Are you gonna break out? Kyusuke asked laconically, and Sakura shook her head in frustration, her newly shortened hair light on her head. Then I don't see how that matters. You're staying there until dash. Yeah, I get it. Sakura barked, stomping away. When she'd told Naruto to allow Nono to take them away, she'd expected the issue would be resolved quickly, but they'd been waiting for almost 2 hours now. Sakura needed to be doing something. Even this brief time of doing nothing had left her feeling hollow and selfish. The Nation of Rain was suffering, and she knew she had the ability to help. She went back to Naruto, who had stayed curled up in the corner since they'd arrived in the CCCC. Are you okay? She asked for the 20th time, and he shrugged. She'd collapsed on him in relief when she'd seen him alive at the aid center, but Naruto himself had collapsed when they'd been deposited here. She was pretty sure that with nothing to keep himself busy with he'd become trapped in the past. They still had no idea where Sasuke was. The fear gnawed at her like a worm under her skin. Sakura sat down next to him, shoulder to shoulder, and he shifted a little. It won't be too much longer, she said, half to herself and half to him. Someone will come get us soon. Once we're out of here, we'll find Sasuke. I'm sure he's fine. If we were he'll be too. That made Naruto speak. Sasuke's the kind of guy who'll jump in front of anything for someone, he muttered. He did it for you, back in waves. I'm scared he swallowed, unable to finish the sentence. I don't know. He's smarter than that, Sakura said, even though she knew Naruto was completely right. And he's strong. Stronger than both of us. We'll find him, and then we'll be able to fix this. She moved without thinking, putting her arm around Naruto, and he turned towards her with a frightened look. I'm sure of it. Oh, hey. Kyosuke said. He'd turned away from the bars and was facing down the corridor, and as Sakura looked up began to step away, a smile on his face. Now here's someone. Come to collect these troublemakers. There was a whistle, and then a faint splat. Sakura blinked. There was suddenly a dark stain and a bit of goo on the wall next to the bars, like a crushed bug. Kyosuke wavered on his feet and then fell with a muffled thump. She scrambled to her feet, and Naruto wasn't far behind her. Kyosuke, she said. There were steady steps coming down the corridor. Sakura smelled blood. Someone's coming, Naruto said, staring down at Kyosuke in shock. Shit. Sakura, back up. Sakura did, leaping back as her mind raced. Was someone coming after them, or was this something else? There was already a raise-non in Naruto's hand. He rushed forward, slamming apart two of the bars with the force of the jutsu. He tumbled out into the hall with Sakura close behind him, immediately running to Kyosuke's side as Sakura turned to face down the corridor. There was a man there, tall and pale and staring at them with yellow eyes that shone in the bright light of the concrete hall. Behind her, Naruto cursed. Kyosuke was absolutely dead. Hands up. Sakura barked, looking him over for a weapon. The man had hurled something through their guard's head, she knew that now. But he wasn't carrying anything, had it been a jutsu, or had he spat something. He was wearing a rain hitai, but Sakura didn't recognize him. An intruder? An assassin? They needed to call for allies either way. Hey! Sakura shouted. Is anyone there? We need help. The pale man advanced, raising his finger to his lips. It's no use, he said with a grin. This building is quite soundproof, you know. All sorts of delicate matters are discussed here. Naruto was back up and at Sakura's side now, the two of them forming a united front. Her hands fell to her knife, their weapons hadn't even been confiscated. It must have been a jutsu, Naruto whispered to her. Something small went right through his eye. There's barely any blood. Then, he raised his voice. What do you want? You too, Naruto Namikaze, the man said with a sick grin. Something stirred in Sakura. The way he said Naruto's name, a feeling, a memory, her migraine was coming back. My, this is always such a bother. He raised both hands and Naruto and Sakura did as well, ready for whatever was coming as he slowly ran through three hand signs, monkey, dog, boar, and then snapped his fingers. It wasn't a jutsu either of them recognized. Then it suddenly was. A fog lifted from Sakura's mind, and she blinked. At her side, Naruto did the same, staggering. Orochimaru. He whispered, and Sakura gasped as dozens of memories flooded her consciousness. Orochimaru, the snake Sunin, the man hiding in a Megakure's basement, Leaf's chief spy in the Nation of Rain, the one who'd told her to join the Akatsuki, the one who she'd reported the truth about Futu, the one who'd mocked them, degraded them, tortured Sasuke's ancestor, who'd driven her forward this last year and erased his presence in her mind every time out of fear of Nagato. She growled, and Orochimaru laughed. That's more like it, he said, and it was something he'd said before. It's not much fun with a fresh slate every time, right? He frowned, losing his good humor for a moment. Especially when I've already lost my only good source of conversation in this mess. You son of a bitch, Sakura hissed. You killed him. What the hell are you doing? Your mission is over, Sakura Harano, Orochimaru said with a sick smile. The Hokage has ordered me to retrieve you. As he said ordered, his whole face twitched in hatred. How many times had he ranted at them, his perfect captive audience, about how much he despised Naruto's father? Sakura couldn't count it, her head seemed crowded with hateful memories now that he'd broken his memory-suppressing jutsu again. He obeyed because he was waiting, Sakura knew. Countless moments of speculation had finally come back together again, crashing head-on in her mind. Orochimaru hated the Hokage, but he helped him nonetheless. He'd been waiting for something, but Sakura didn't know what it could be. All that and more ran through her mind, but what came out was much simpler. What? Sakura blurted out. No. We can't leave now. We have to find Sasuke. Don't be stupid, girl. Orochimaru sneered. Sasuke is gone, and this place is going down the drain, and soon. You'd be a true fool to stay. Gone. Naruto looked horrified. Sakura was as well, backing away, shaking her head. You're lying. Oh, he's not dead, Namikaze, Orochimaru said with joy. It seems his brother collected him. His eyes were finally ripe for plucking, I imagine. He said it with such obvious certainty that Itachi would be taking Sasuke's eyes for his own, but of everything the Sannin could have said, this was the one thing that brought Sakura some tiny measure of calm. Itachi wasn't interested in stealing Sasuke's eyes, he'd had plenty of chances before. Sasuke's brother held a genuine, if twisted, love for him. He'd murdered half his family for him. If Sasuke had been kidnapped by his brother, he might somehow be safer than she and Naruto were. But if this man took them, he'd erase their memories again. They would lose that certainty all over again. Sakura shared a glance with Naruto as Orochimaru chuckled, and they turned back as a united front. We can't leave, Sakura repeated. A Megakure needs us right now. Plus, if we ditch the village after something like this, it'll look bad, Naruto said, stepping up. His fingers were flexing, he was ready for a fight. Like, really bad. It's true. Orochimaru said gleefully, and they watched him with wide eyes as he started giggling. This was what he had been holding out for, Sakura realized. For just a second, she could finally see through to the man's black heart and find what he had been waiting so patiently for. The perfect moment of malicious compliance. Your father has been so careful, Namikaze. So careful and so clever to separate his soul and being a shinobi. He's buried his compassion this entire time, playing passive and having faith in you. A laugh escaped him. Kh. But in the face of this slaughter, he's finally made a mistake, and I'm only too happy to help him. He gestured with a beatific smile. Now, be good little ninja and obey his orders, would you? Come along. All he wanted was the opportunity to prove he was smarter than Minato Namikaze. All he wanted was to let the Hokage tie his own noose. Sakura drew her knife with a snarl. We're not leaving. She declared. We're going to fix this. I won't let anyone stop me, not even you. Oh. Orochimaru said. He licked his lips. Are you going to fight me, Sakura? You'd betray the village and attack a fellow ninja of the leaf? I knew you'd get there eventually. He started moving forward. You always were a traitor. Sakura dash. Naruto started to say, but Sakura didn't listen. She attacked. Hyaurius Wicken. Sakura's flowing hail blade, which could cut through concrete without resistance and broke the speed of sound the moment it was deployed, sliced right through Orochimaru's chest and left a terrible gash in the wall beyond him. There was a flash of chakra and a burst of steam, and he kept walking forward without missing a step. Sakura faltered, staring in disbelief. Would you like to try again? Orochimaru said, now barely more than 5 feet away. His face grew more and more contemptuous. You're like your jutsu, Sakura, simple. You're thinking it could be a genjutsu. Or maybe he dodged. I should aim for his head. That will get him. You're not even considering the consequences of your actions, only how best to kill something you don't understand. You dash. Sakura swung again, and Orochimaru sighed. You're made for the Akatsuki, he said. He made no move to dodge, and the blade struck through his neck. Once again there was a flash of chakra and a burst of steam. This time, Sakura was close enough to see that her blade struck home. It cleaved through Orochimaru's flesh, and his body knit itself back together with such speed it was like there had never been a wound in the first place. Even severing his spine did nothing. Stretching for something you could never reach. As he spat the words like a curse, Naruto rushed forward with a yell, clones filling the hall. Orochimaru just rolled his eyes, lashing out with one hand. His fingers extended, and Naruto was slammed into the wall as they struck his temple, cracking the concrete. All his clones vanished, and as Sakura stepped back to swing again, Orochimaru unhinged his jaw. His mouth fell open to almost the length of his body. In one smooth motion, he swallowed Naruto whole. Naruto! Sakura shouted in desperation, holding back her blade as the monster turned to her. Her sword whined, a high-pitched noise like a drill as she gathered her strength for a final blow. Careful now, Orochimaru said, regarding her rotating blade with amusement. You might hit him, you know. Then give him back. She said, praying someone would come. That would be far less fun, Orochimaru said. You won't remember this meeting, Sakura, but you've remembered my words in the past. You're tenacious like that. He loomed over her, and Sakura felt helpless, terrified in the face of his obvious inhumanity. So I'll tell you something I'm sure of. You're going to die. All your friends are going to die. Your sensei is going to die, and the Hokage is going to die. His eyes gleamed. Great and terrible things are coming, and I am only returning you so that I can watch you and Namikaze struggle and die in vain. It will be a fitting reward for babysitting you all this time. Sakura couldn't even muster a response. She just screamed again and stabbed forward, and then Orochimaru ate her alive. ####. When Obito woke up, he realized someone was touching his back. In a panic, he rolled to the side, but went too far. He fell right out of his bed, carrying some of the blankets with him as he slammed into the floor. Someone was in his room, someone was in his bed. Wait. Obito. Obito stopped rolling, half buried in blankets, and tried to burrow in farther to hide his face as he went as red as a beet. Sorry, he said. He heard Rin start to laugh and then suppress it. Freaked out. Just a little, Rin said, and he looked up at the bed to find her leaning over the edge with a grin on her face. Something about it took his breath away, and for a moment he just stared, a smile starting to spread over his own face. Then he remembered why he'd been resting, what had happened, and what he needed to do, and his smile vanished. What time is it? He asked, and Rin twisted to look at the clock on his bedside table. 10:40. 10:40. Well, 10:38, Rin said with the ghost of a laugh. You've got about 10 minutes before you need to leave, I think. Yeah. Obito groaned and rose off the floor, averting his eyes from the bed. For some reason, he had the idea it would be inappropriate, even though that was obviously silly. I gotta get dressed. I'll stay down, Rin said, and he glanced over at her to find her peeking over the covers with a smile. Another heart attack for the growing tally. You've got a comfy bed. Kushina gave it to me, he said, stumbling over to the closet. You know she's got good taste in furniture. Obito got dressed slowly. He had a small walk-in closet, and stayed out of sight behind the corner as he prepared for anything he'd find in the land of rain. As he did, he and Rin talked. There wasn't much substance to their conversation. In fact, they both were doing their best to avoid it. You still haven't used it, have you? Rin asked when Obito was almost finished. He paused, and then finished strapping on his arm guard, running a finger over a familiar scratch. That one had come from Haiden, more than 2 years ago. Used what? He asked, reaching for the other one. Rin rolled her eyes. That VCR player, she said. Obito snorted. All that dust on it, it's hilarious. Obito laughed. I guess I'm not much of a movie guy. Maybe we could watch one later, she suggested. When you've got some time, when things are less crazy. Obito strapped on the other arm guard. Maybe, he said, and then considered. Actually, I already told Sensei this. I'm thinking I will use Shisui's other eye. Maybe while I'm recuperating. He heard a surprised grunt. Do you trust it? Rin said with an arched eyebrow as Obito came around the corner. He shook his head. I don't trust Itake. But I do think he intended it as a genuine gift. Maybe a bribe. There would be a lot of more efficient ways for him to hurt me, he said. Itake could have just killed Rin, after all. That would have been far worse than whatever kind of trap he could have placed in Shisui's eye. And you think we'll need it, Rin said with a grim look. I think we'll need it, he confirmed. But you remember what happened last time? Yeah. Rin grimaced. That sucked. When Obito had taken his brother's remaining eye for his own, his Sharingan had been out of commission for 2 weeks. The Uchiha clan's lore about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had all been born from Madara Uchiha's relatively recent experiences, and he'd replaced both his eyes at the same time out of necessity. For Obito, his more damaged eye had been replaced, but for 2 weeks his chakra had raged and rendered his remaining Mangekyo Sharingan unusable. He had no reason to believe the same thing wouldn't happen here. When his previous eye had been replaced, there had been speculation throughout the village's elite as to whether the eye, even damaged, could not be implanted in another. Even if it was near blind, it still imparted the power of the Kamui, after all. It wasn't to be. When Shisui's eye had been transplanted to him, his original eye had gone dead. There were interesting and terrifying implications there. It meant that eyes presumably couldn't be switched between siblings if another two manifested a Mangekyo in the future, not that it had ever been attempted. One would seemingly end up with a dud. But why was that the case at all? It implied a more than physical connection between siblings' eyes. It sent the clan into furious speculation. The situation was unique enough it seemed unlikely to be replicated, but in the wake of Itaka's murders it certainly made it seem like the Uchiha clan was made to suffer. So you're going to do that right when things are heating up? Rin asked, and Obito shrugged. If me not having the Kamui for 2 weeks is all it takes for everything to go wrong, I doubt I could have made that much of a difference anyway, he said. There was something a bit freeing in surrendering to an uncertain future. But the Uchiha have always believed that the Mangekyo's true potential is unlocked when they're both eternal. Madara Uchiha was one of the strongest men in history, after all. I'm not inclined to think they're wrong. So you just want to put more on yourself? Rin asked. At that, Obito stopped and just looked at her. I want to be able to protect the people I love, he said without flinching. Another heart attack, Rin blushed. I'm not trying to do everything myself, I promise. Fine, you got me, Rin said, retreating even farther under the covers. Do you want me to do the transplant? If you don't think it's too gross, Obito said. He stopped again, not sure how to proceed. Will you be here when I get back? Do you want me to be? Rin said with a lilt, and Obito twitched. Yes, he said, trying to sound confident and failing miserably. But I don't know how long this is gonna take. Your team's gonna be coming back, Rin said, grinning. They're probably going to need some time to adjust. She sprung out of bed not bothering to hide her near-nakedness, and Obito flushed and turned away. Tell you what. I'll meet you at the Hokage Tower, and then we can get dessert like we talked about. Maybe with your team, if you're up to it. And if I'm not. Obito muttered, and Rin's smile faded a little. Then I'll be there for you, she said simply, and Obito felt like he had a fever. All right, he said without the faintest hope of an intelligent response. See you soon then. He slipped away into the Kamui and started heading west. Where the Saru and Kizo rivers met, a swamp only a couple miles to the east of Omegakure itself, but one that was thick and easy to hide in. It had been the site of many battles in all 3 shinobi wars. There were probably more bodies in that bog than in most graveyards. Orochimaru had always been a creep, Obito thought, but there were practical considerations to such a close meeting place, especially when the Kamui made getting back to the Land of Fire a simple matter. Several minutes later, Obito popped back into reality high in the thick canopy of the swamp, settling in and quietly waiting. He did the bare minimum to conceal himself. Minato hadn't given him instructions for finding Orochimaru, but he was sure the Sunin had methods of finding him. Alone with his thoughts. Obito thought things would go a lot worse, but he was still rather composed when another couple minutes passed and he felt something drop on his shoulder. He looked over and found himself staring into the eyes of a small, darkly colored snake. It was covered in orange and yellow stripes. Obito was pretty sure that indicated it was venomous. Oakman, he said, and the snake waved its head back and forth, measuring him. What, do you think I'm a kid? I recall you enjoy walking through walls to surprise people. The voice came from directly below him, and Obito looked down into Orochimaru's smirking face. I wouldn't call that any less childish, Obito Uchiha. The Sunin hadn't aged a day. In fact, he actually looked younger than the last time Obito had seen him, and paler as well, like he didn't have a drop of blood in his body. He wore dark, expensive-looking clothes, totally at odds with the swamp he stood atop, and was alone. Obito narrowed his eyes. Under the Sharingan, Orochimaru's chakra was ridiculously dense and dark. It reminded Obito of his sensei, and more specifically of his sage mode. That didn't matter as much to Obito as the realization that Orochimaru was alone. "Where are they?" he asked curtly, and Orochimaru bowed theatrically. "This was no easy thing, you know," he said. "The village was in chaos after that attack. You wouldn't happen to know who was responsible, would you?" Even now, Orochimaru was obsessed with information. And in this case, he was clearly expecting an exchange. Obito grimaced. "It was the hidden cloud," he said, and Orochimaru nodded with an impressed look. "They've developed a new chakra weapon, unlike anything I knew could exist." "Well, that's not a small category," Orochimaru said with a snide grin, and then his mouth extended, unhinging and growing wider and wider. As Obito watched in disgust and anticipation, Naruto and Sakura emerged. They were different than he remembered. Older, taller, and more filled out. Sakura's hair had been cut short, while Naruto's was long and shaggy. Naruto's outfit had hardly changed, though his jacket was now more blue than orange, but Sakura. She was wearing the symbol of the Akatsuki, a black hoodie covered in red clouds. They were both also covered in burns and bruises. "There you are," Orochimaru said, wringing his jaw. Obito leapt down from the tree, face to face with him. "Where's Sasuke?" he asked. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. "Obito, you should be on your knees, in awe, at the fact I was even able to find these two," he said. The snake fell out of the tree as well and landed on Orochimaru's shoulder, and he brought a hand up, doting on it. "Do you understand how difficult it is to locate two shinobi in a city of thousands when half of it has burned down and there are tens of thousands of corpses to pick through?" he sneered. Sasuke Uchiha couldn't be located. Perhaps he was vaporized. He was lying. The thought burned through Obito with such force that he almost lunged forward and throttled the man. But it was more complicated than that. As they stared at each other, Obito read every inch of Orochimaru's body language, the contempt in his eyes. He truly didn't know where Sasuke was, Obito was sure, but he had suspicions. And he was reasonably sure that Sasuke wasn't dead. "You." Obito's hands curled into fists, and Orochimaru glanced down at one in amusement. "Was Itaki in the city?" At that, Orochimaru showed a microscopic amount of surprise, so minor that only the Sharingan could possibly have detected it. "I heard a rumor he had been," he said after a moment, smirking. "You don't possibly suppose he could have come for his brother, could you?" What a horrible thought. Obito had never hated a supposed ally as much as he did right at that moment. "Why are they unconscious?" he asked instead of leaping forward and taking Orochimaru's head off, trying to stay focused. "Oh, these poor children have had an exciting day," Orochimaru said, always smiling. "I understand they were both close to the blast, they simply couldn't handle the joy of going home after such a difficult experience." "You knocked them out," Obito said, and Orochimaru grew less amused. "Did they want to come with you? Should I take them back when I return?" Orochimaru asked with a bored sneer. "I'd be glad to, I'm sure the Akatsuki would be glad to have Sakura returned. No." Obito bent down, placing a hand on both his students as his gut churned. There was no way in hell he was letting them return to Rain after what had happened. They needed to be safe, they needed to be home. "You're heading back to the Hidden Rain." "Oh, it's a comfortable place for me now. Somewhere I'm appreciated," Orochimaru said. "Do tell Minato that I won't follow such a barefaced order again. It makes my skin crawl." "Tell him yourself if you care that much," Obito spat, drawing himself and his students into the Kamui. Orochimaru stared at him as he disappeared. "Maybe I will," he hissed, and then he and the real world were gone. ####. When Sakura woke up, she was very, very confused. She was seated in a chair, a large, comfortable one. Naruto was at her side in an identical chair, also groggily stirring towards wakefulness. They were in front of a wide desk, and behind that desk was a man who looked like the Hokage but had bizarre golden eyes with horizontal pupils. He was watching them patiently, and behind him stretched Konohagakure lit up with 1,000 lights, a pale shadow of what a Megakure could muster to push back the night. She rocked forward. She wasn't bound, though she'd half expected to be. Sakura was suddenly, horribly awake. No dash. She gasped. She couldn't remember how she'd gotten here. By her recollection, she and Naruto had been imprisoned, wondering if Sasuke was okay or not. Then, there was a gap. Now, she was here. She'd been drugged, or a genjutsu had been cast on her, or something. All she knew for sure was that she must have been kidnapped out of a Megakure, cause she certainly never would have left by her own will. "Welcome back," the Hokage said. At Sakura's side, Naruto blinked at his father's odd appearance. "Sorry for being so abrupt, you two." "Dad," Naruto muttered, looking around. We're back in Konoha." "You are?" Someone stepped past them to the Hokage's side. "No, not someone." Sakura shook her head. "Obito." Obito was standing there, looking exhausted and in full ninja gear. Had he been the one to pull them out? He certainly had the ability to. She'd thought that the first time she saw her sensei again she'd be filled with relief, but her mind was filled with too many concerns to even register a hint of relief at seeing him. "Obito Sensei?" she asked, and Obito nodded with a little smile. What happened?" "I ordered you extracted after Rain was attacked," the Hokage said, and Sakura's head swiveled back towards him. "Obito met our inside man halfway and got you back here." He leaned forward. "Sakura, there's a lot we need to discuss, but first things first, I felt your hydration mark get removed. You're wearing an Akatsuki uniform." His eyes were somehow both kind and cold. "Did you accomplish your mission?" Sakura gaped, barely able to pull herself together enough to comprehend the question. Naruto stirred with a grimace. "I can't believe you put that on her," he muttered. His father glanced at him. "What, didn't you trust her?" "It was only to track her," Minato said with a confused look. "Nothing more." Naruto settled back with a scowl, and Sakura shook her head, trying to figure out why she felt like she was in danger, like she was in the wrong place. She'd been sent to find out if Fia was in Rain in the first place. Telling the Hokage she wasn't should have been the simplest thing in the world. And yet, it was difficult. It felt like she was doing something wrong. "Fia's not in the Nation of Rain," she said, and Minato smiled mirthlessly. "Itachi Uchiha was lying. He's collecting the tailed beasts for his own purposes." "Beasts?" Obito asked, and Sakura was absurdly glad that her sensei's question had covered up the minor lie she'd told. "The Akatsuki believes he's captured the Sanbai and Nibi, in addition to Fia and the Nanabi," she said, feeling just a bit more comfort. "The first a couple years ago, and the latter very recently. They're not sure of his motive." At that, her sensei and the Hokage shared a glance. "The Nibi?" the Hokage asked, and Sakura nodded. "One of the hidden clouds Jinchuriki? Well, that might explain some more things." "What?" Sakura asked. "Kyomagakure was responsible for the attack," her sensei said, and Sakura realized that to make things right she'd probably have to kill most of the leadership of the Hidden Cloud, and maybe the Land of Lightning too. "They've developed a new weapon to make it possible." He frowned. "But that's not something for you two to worry about." "Sorry. It's been a long day." "Where's Sasuke?" Naruto asked. He wasn't here, Sakura thought. Whoever had taken them out of the Nation of Rain had left Sasuke behind. Or, "We're not sure," Obito said. "But we think he's still alive." He gave the both of them a tired shrug. "Itachi came here earlier today, and then headed for the Hidden Rain right afterwards. He was looking for Sasuke. It seems his brother collected him." Sakura didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't hers. But it was there like a colorless memory. She mouthed the words in confusion, and the Hokage glanced at her. "Looking for Sasuke?" Naruto asked, and Sakura focused on him, the words slipping away. "But, how could he not know? Great question. No answer there, Obito said, looking bitter. But no matter when he showed up, I'm sure he would have tried to track Sasuke down. With the village the way it was, I wouldn't put it past him to just pull him out, the same way we did to you. You shouldn't have, Sakura said, and both of them gave her a surprised look. We should have stayed. We would have been back soon enough anyway. What do you mean? Minato asked, folding his hands. Sakura breathed out, trying to control herself, but frustration and rage and despair were welling up inside her and threatening to burst out with every word. We're going to be ambassadors, she said laboriously, weighing each word with care. Shinobi of both villages. I was working with the Omekage to bring the Nation of Rain and the Hidden Leaf closer together. Naruto and Sasuke and we were going to come back as Ninja of Rain. And then go back to Rain as Ninja of the Leaf, Naruto cut in with obvious desperation. Sakura fell back with silent relief, her whole body shaking. We thought it was the best way to make everyone happy. Sakura, tell them what you told Yahiko. I can't do it the same way. We have to go back. That's a wonderful idea, Minato said, approaching his son and kneeling down with a sad smile. Sakura watched on the edge of hyperventilating as the Hokage broke both their hearts. But there's no way that's possible now. Not after what Cloud's done. He reached out and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and Naruto almost shrunk back under his touch, eyes wide. We've already lost track of Sasuke, I can't allow any chance of the two of you going missing as well. Lord Hokage. Sakura twitched, fear and fury burning her reason away. She leapt up out of her chair, standing tall as the Hokage glanced over at her. Minato, don't do this. As the Hokage watched her and her sensei stepped forward, Sakura did her best to prevent an irreversible mistake. If we're gone, the nation is going to think we ran. It'll look suspicious so soon after the attack. Right now, we're the only shinobi loyal to the Leaf that Rain really trusts. You need us there. You need an advocate there. I'm a member of the Akatsuki, my opinion is respected. I'm trusted. If I return and explain the mistake, I'll be believed. If Cloud really was responsible for this, then we need to unite and destroy them. The Leaf and Rain coming together in a military alliance like that could prevent a far more terrible war, and those. She bared her teeth, her whole body trembling with rage. Those murderers will get what's coming to them. We'll be sure of it. Everyone in the room looked her over and Sakura realized she was panting, her face burning with anger. Sakura, Obito said, too calm, too condescending. Sakura glared at him, and he narrowed his eyes. I've already told our agent there who was responsible for the attack, I'm sure he'll pass it on to the Nation of Rain. You're not necessary for that. And. He hesitated, tapping a finger against his side. I thought the same as you, but the Hidden Cloud hasn't done anything to the Leaf. They attacked a rogue nation. Sakura spat, and she saw Naruto freeze up as he realized what she'd suspected the whole time. Killed a bunch of troublemakers and criminals, right? Don't. Obito said it softly, and Sakura sneered in his face. He sighed. Sakura, don't act like a flight risk, please. As Sakura looked around the room wondering if it could be that simple, her sensei spread his arms with a pleading look. I agree with you, he said. And the Hokage is going to get there as well, once we have some more information. If you agree with me, let me go, Sakura said. Her chakra was crackling in the air, sending her hair on end. Let me go right now. Sakura. Sakura had never heard the Hokage speak in such a flat way, and it made her freeze. She looked over at him. He'd stood up, his posture wasn't threatening, and his chakra wasn't raging. His face was placid, and everything about him was perfectly neutral. But she still felt in more danger than she ever had in her life. Seeing the Hokage standing there and watching her with lukewarm eyes, Sakura felt more instinctive fear than she had when a city-destroying weapon had picked her up and thrown her for miles. I respect everything you accomplished in the Nation of Rain, Minato said, and Naruto stood up behind him with a wary look. It seemed to Sakura that the room was shaking. No, the world was shaking. You performed beyond our wildest dreams. You achieved a level of independence and trust that is truly commendable. I sincerely believe that once you feel more comfortable, you are likely already more than qualified to take up the responsibilities of a Jonin here in the Hidden Leaf. You have blossomed into a spectacular ninja, Sakura. He smiled, and Sakura's heart fluttered in terror. But don't forget who you are. Where you came from. You have had a terrible day, I'm sure. I would be shocked if you did not lose friends today, the both of you. Naruto choked and Sakura flinched, feeling her eyes burn. The Hokage was relentless, his tone mild and reasonable and all the more terrible for it. Please, at least get a good night's rest before you try to make any life-altering decisions. I have considered everything you have raised, though of course I was not aware you had any plans with the Omekage to return to the Hidden Leaf yourself. But, Sakura whispered, feeling her pride shrinking and feeling more like a child than she had in months. She didn't know what to do, she didn't have the energy left to make the right decision. She didn't even know what the right decision was anymore. Do you think the Omekage are rash people? The Hokage said gently. Do you think you being gone for a day or two will drive them to action they wouldn't have taken otherwise? Sakura was far too overwhelmed to put a coherent thought together. She stumbled back against the wall of the office, bringing her hands up to hide her welling tears. I don't know, she croaked from behind her hands. I don't know. This is too. It is, Obito said, finishing her thought before she could. He drew closer, and Sakura had nowhere to run. It felt like it was just her and her sensei, and she couldn't decide between relief and desperation. It would always be too much, no matter how much you've grown, Sakura. That isn't weakness. That's just being human. Sakura couldn't hold her tears any longer. I'm back too soon, she wept, still hiding behind her hands. I didn't do everything I needed to. That was gonna happen no matter what too, Obito said sadly, somewhere right in front of her. But Sakura. I'm happy you're back. Your parents will be happy you're back. He hesitated. Your friends will be happy too. Ino spread around what you told her in waves. They've all been waiting for you to come home. She'd never been more pathetic in her life. Sakura couldn't muster a response, she was reduced to quietly crying and slumping against the wall, trapped at a crossroad so enormous she couldn't comprehend it. Someone came to her side. It was Naruto, not Obito, and she was struck with déjà vu. Sakura, he muttered in her ear, and she stiffened at the heat of his breath. Do you want to stay? She twitched, a hitch in her weeping, and Naruto kept speaking with the same quiet determination. If you want to leave, I'll be right behind you. She felt him glance back to the room. But if you're staying, I've got to know. We have to go get Sasuke. Sakura choked on Naruto's trust. It was too much responsibility. Why was he giving it to her, instead of making his own decision? But that wasn't it, she realized. Naruto was just telling her that her decision would be his too. He was there to back her up either way, stay or go. Just like he'd followed her to the Nation of Rain, he'd follow her here too. The realization crushed her heart and gave her strength in equal measure. She stood there, quietly sobbing for nearly 20 seconds, and then bent her head to his and whispered in his ear. She made the easier decision. I'll stay. Okay. Naruto pulled back, looking out to the room and speaking when she couldn't. We're not going anywhere, he said, standing firm. But we've got to go find Sasuke. Of course, Obito said, obviously relieved. I was going to leave as soon as we were done here. And you'll take us with you, Naruto demanded, and Obito laughed. Do you think you're in any condition for that, Naruto? He said, and Sakura managed to wipe the tears from her eyes and look out onto the room. The Hokage and her sensei were still watching them, but some of the tension had left them. Don't worry, we've already got a good retrieval team lined up. On cue, the door opened and 3 more ninja entered, all women. Rin Nohara was in the lead, and she gave both Sakura and Naruto a jaunty wave as she strode through the doors. Obito, she gave an amused look, which he returned with an apologetic shrug. Behind her was Mikoto Uchiha. For the first time Sakura could remember, Sasuke's mother was in full ninja gear, her vest was strapped with several blades, including 2 swords and a tanto. The last person to enter made Sakura blink. Hinata Hyuga was bleary-eyed and had obviously recently gotten out of bed, but was wearing her Chunin uniform and looked around the room with obvious alertness. Mikoto? Naruto asked as Sakura made eye contact with Hinata. She was astonished at the focus in the other girl's eyes. You dash. It's not your fault, Naruto, Mikoto said grimly. No one could keep Sasuke from attacking if he put his mind to it. Maybe, Naruto said, biting his lip. But if you are going, I definitely am too. He stepped up with a fierce look that sped up Sakura's heart. If you're trying to grab him back from that lunatic, you'll need everyone you can get, right? Naruto, I'm not sure if you're ready for dash, his father started to say, and then Naruto spun on him. I'm going. He barked. And Sakura is too. We're not leaving him behind, and we're not letting anyone take care of it without us. His father gave him a bemused look, and Naruto scoffed. We're not going to run off. There's no fucking way we're letting that freak keep Sasuke. That's all. Naruto's father shrugged off his harsh language. Sakura. He turned to her as she finished wiping away the last of her tears. Are you dash? I'm fine, she said with enough strength to fool herself. Naruto's right. If I'm coming back, I'll come back with Sasuke. She pushed herself off the wall and breathed out all her fear and doubt. And if we might have to take him from Itachi, the more the better. Me, Naruto, Rin, Mikoto, and Hinata. She paused. And you, Sensei. Of course, Obito confirmed. I'll be taking us to the edge of AIM to begin our search. I'm sure you're familiar with Hinata's range. Sakura nodded. Good, she said, and felt her face twitch into what could eventually be a smile. Then at least we'll have a mission together the first day I'm back, right? Obito's smile arrived long before hers could have. True enough, he said with a little laugh. He turned to Hinata. You ready? You're the star of the show, after all. I'm ready, Hinata said, and Sakura gave her a smile. Even if this was the most terrible day of her life, she was glad to be working with the Hyuga again. There was no one better for tracking down Sasuke, no matter where Itachi had taken him. I'll find him. Then let's go. Gather up. Obito stepped to the center of the room as everyone surrounded him, and he looked back to the Hokage as they linked hands. Any guidance for Itachi, Sensei? He's dangerous, the Hokage said, and Obito nodded. They both glanced at Mikoto, and she closed her eyes and nodded. Don't take unnecessary risks. Will do, Sakura's sensei said, and then they all faded from reality and were dragged west to the burning land of rain. Check the description for the links to the author.